paradigms which are there. So that's it about me. And all these 18 years I've also been with the Tata Group. So from the time we started about setting up the telecom domain, all the time from when Tata's took over BSNL to this time today, we are here in this conference. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya. I think the audience will definitely love to hear from you. Can we next have Mr. Manoj Agarwal, co-founder at Zozo Day?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Manoj, one of the founders at Zozo Day. First of all, thanks for giving this opportunity to talk in this panel. And I hope everyone is doing good, especially during these challenging times the entire country is facing. We as a company, we are a SaaS platform for human motivation, and that is what we need all the time to kind of move in the right direction to perform better. And the need for motivational tools is much more in today's time. We are a rewards and incentives and payout platform, which is used for employee rewards or sales commissions and incentives and consumer rewards. And we work with a lot of clients and SMEs across different parts of the world. And I will be happy to share my insights on some of those aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Manoj. Arindam, can you do the honors? Arindam is the founder at Biz Anecdotes.
Hey, hi. Thank you for, first of all, thank you for giving me. So we are founder of Biz Anecdote, and we are a B2B marketing firm, and also that we provide, digital marketing solutions, both in SMB and enterprise space. Before starting this organization, so I spent close to around 18 years in the corporate side, managing marketing role in Microsoft, HP, Co. And after spending 18 years, then that we thought that that there is some gap, especially in the B2B side of the business, and how we can use technology and the content and help both in the SMB, also the enterprise side of the business to achieve their business goal. We are operational in India, Middle East, and APJ countries, and yeah, so that's all that we do. And today, looking forward to have interesting conversation in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Arindam. I think your experience from the large corporates, some of those learnings can help the SME segment. Now, can we have Samudragupta Talukdar, the founder CEO of Cogni Elements, talk to about himself and his organization?
Hi, thanks, Venkat. Hi, I'm Samudragupta Talukdar, the founder CEO of Cogni Elements Private Limited. Giving an introduction about me, I've been working with a lot of technology firms, including a couple of Fortune 100 companies like Xerox and Iron Mountain, where I used to design solutions for various continents, especially working on the future technology. Cogni Elements is an organization. We are a customer experience platform which boosts sales digitally across various domains. You can say we are one among those who ends up helping various verticals to sell off their inventory, especially high value SKUs. And we have been doing a lot of work in the space of selling virtually. During COVID times, we have supported a good number of organizations to boost their business where everything is gone across immersive mediums. And we have a strong ideation where our major focus is how the sales can go high in tough times. That's all from my end.
Thank you, Talukdar. Now let's have Achal Agarwal, CEO Tipsy Life. Can you please introduce yourself? Is Achal Agarwal there? Okay.
Hello. Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Hi, everyone. This is Achal Agarwal this side. A very good morning to all. I'm currently working as CEO with Tipsy Life. So Tipsy is a beverage company, and currently our project is we are producing ciders, fruit-based ciders, and we are producing it locally at Himachal. The idea is to create a global brand which promotes Make in India beverages Plus, before working with Tipsy, I was working with various event management companies and and created a lot of global events, starting with Sunburn to Asian Athletic Championships. And I hope today, Sam, I would be fruitful in giving my opinions in today's seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Achal, and more power to you to take on Pepsi and Coke.
Thank you.
Can we have now Ankita Jain, co-founder of GoPaisa? I think end of the day, all our efforts are towards making money. So let's hear it from Ankita.
Yes, thank you for the good introduction, Venkat. I run a company called GoPaisa.com. It's a cashback and a coupon website. We work with 1,000 plus brands like Flipkart, Amazon, Mamaearth, pretty much anyone and everyone that is on the table in e-commerce, in insurance. So we work with across the sector. So cashback is again a very interesting point to address over the panel. I would be happy to address that. It's always seen that, okay, I should be cash burn ready. I should be ready with my big pockets before I enter the segment, which is just a myth is what I would like to tell you. For all the SMEs, if you do not have deep pockets, you can still be part of it, and you do not need to have deep pockets to be part of the cashback and coupon space.
I am talking from high level. अगर ये हमारे end से delay होता है, ढंग से नहीं हो पाता.
Yeah, I think we have some background conversation from one of our.
Oh yeah, I'll just get it out.
Yeah. Thank you, Ankita. Now we have Mr. Muthusekhar from probably one of the largest SMEs within this panel. Please share your introduction and organization details.
Good morning, all. Thank you, Venkat, and thank you, Fahim and iLodge Media. I work for Nord Drive Systems. Nord Drives is a global company. In 38 countries, we have our own subsidiaries, manufacturing locations. And in 55 countries, we have our channel partners and network. So almost in 100 countries, we are present. And our product also goes more than 100 sectors. We offer geared motors and gearboxes. So it goes into various sectors, various industries. Even here, I found one customer, Tipsy, is, there is a potential customer for us. So that's the interesting part. And coming to the topic of iLodge Media, in digitalization for SME, I think crisis should be seen as an opportunity. And I recently, read the article of Bill Gates saying that if your business is not in internet, then your business will not be existing. I think that's a very interesting point, and look forward for the panel discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muthusekhar. Yeah. It's such a wonderful and diverse panel that we have here, and I'm sure the audience will have a lot of takeaways. I would request the audience to keep their questions coming on the chat. We will be taking the questions end of 2 rounds of questions that we have for each of our panel members. And yeah, let me begin with Aditya. And as we all know that there is paucity of time, so I would request each of our panel members to have their response timed for around 2 minutes. Aditya, the first question for you. Telecom is one of the front runners where a lot of digital technologies and innovations are happening. This is something all of us know. Can you give us some insider view, more like a trailer, about some cutting edge innovations your organization has worked for the SMEs in particular in the post-COVID world?
Yeah, so see, I think I would like to start with that the pandemic has actually changed everything. All the businesses think about going in the market. I've been through a lot of CXO series over the last about 2 months. And one of the learnings which I personally had was that, we used to always verticalize industries in manufacturing, IT, ITES. It's all, it's very different now that how the same manufacturing industry in somewhere in Himachal is behaving so differently than the same manufacturing industry somewhere in Calcutta. And In a similar way, all telecom industries have realized everywhere, all telecom companies, that there's nothing called telecom anywhere. It's all about connectivity. We are a connectivity player. So either we have to connect the employee to the employer, or it's the employee's extended family to the employer, or we have to connect the employer to the customer, or we have to connect the employee to the customer. And that's how the whole solution designing is all now happening. And everything today, it's digital. Just to give you an example, it was just yesterday, one of my customers, he was based out of Barabanki. My own employee is based in somewhere in Patna, and the service he requires, my data center is based out of Bombay. So it's never happened. Now, it's pretty obvious. If we have to connect all three of them, it has to happen digitally. Now, from a perspective of how we are connecting an employee to an employer is where our security solutions, all telecom companies, they're coming up with security solutions, web security, firewall security, endpoint security. Where it's about connecting an employee to a customer is where we're getting into the web conferencing solutions, audio conferencing solutions. Zoom has come up. And these are the kind of connectivity solutions which are coming up. And when we are primarily talking about connecting a company that's an employer to a customer, is where cloud is playing the most important role. I think we've all heard a lot about cloud. It's it's easier said than done. A lot of large enterprise took it on them, but it's not easy for us for any of the SMEs how to deploy it. And that's where all companies like us pitch in, or most of the telecom companies pitch in to put even the voice solutions today are going on cloud. A customer has his own employees based somewhere, anywhere in the country today. It's a simple mobile click-to-call application. Using a click-to-call application, he calls up the data center, and the call goes to the end customer. Or if there is, a security solution required, it is all happening digitally today. So that's how telecom companies are now reviving the solution platform.
Okay. Thank you, Aditya. I think my learning is telecom is dead, long live connectivity. So that's the kind of transformation that you're talking about.
Right.
Okay. I'll have the next question I'll come back to you in the next round. So now I have Manoj Agarwal. Digital technologies proliferation has meant endless startups and everybody getting on to this bandwagon of being on the net. So there are too many Me Too offerings. So while large companies have mainstream advertising for differentiating, how do small SMEs with limited budgets still be able to differentiate using digital technologies and innovations? That's my question for you, Manoj.
Yeah, Venkat, thanks. This is an interesting question. So technology is a double-edged sword. I mean, it can give a lot of power to companies as well as the consumers, but at the same time, it is a leveling play. I mean, people can adopt and copy and do it very fast. So technology will get commoditized further and further as we progress. I mean, 10 years back, if somebody has to kind of launch something, it used to take, let's say, 1 year, because you did not have plug and play solutions. You did not have a lot of plug and play codes, etc. But now you have so many plug and play things that you can go and go live with things very fast. So when technology is getting commoditized, the best thing is that how do you create differentiation? That can be done by your stakeholders. So how well you handle your stakeholders, whether it is your employees, whether it is your vendors, and whether it is your customers. How can you best do things for each of these three stakeholders? And how can you handle by listening to your customers that, okay, what are they really looking for? And then devise solutions for them rather than just copy pasting features from different competitors and just become a parity in terms of features, because that doesn't help. How can you really deeply understand other customer problems and solve them in that way? And the entire journey of the customer, right from the evaluation stage to the customer success stage, how can each of those touch point be extremely good becomes very important for the customer to have a belief in you. And you can do simple things like a quarterly review with the customer, or a monthly progress report with the customer, or doing some basic things which we always used to do maybe pre-technology era, like wishing them on a birthday or celebrating their anniversary, sending them some nice notes on any festivals. Those little things really help in getting those
Okay.
trust with the customers, and that is what I
Okay.
say really helps.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful way to demystify these big words called digital technologies and innovation, and let everybody feel that this is something that they can adopt. Thank you, Manoj. Next, can I request Arindam to address the question? Uh, the moment we hear about marketing and digital, everybody that I know can only think about spending money on SEO or SEM, and then there are so many so-called digital marketing companies that get the SMEs especially to spend a lot of money before they realize that nothing has come out of it. I would like your expert opinion on the fine line between randomly throwing money versus truly understanding what marketing and intelligence behind marketing is all about.
Yeah. It's a very interesting question. The first thing is that generally that, especially during this time, all the marketing firm or the agencies, firstly, they should behave like a consulting firm rather than just to sell their plan and take the money from the SMBs. This is the first mindset change that, people sitting on the other side of the table, they should realize. Secondly, that in last 2020, suddenly there's a surge in using digital marketing. So everyone wants to be on online platform to interact with the customer or to sell their product. But it doesn't mean that, you will just create a banner or run on a social media and we expect that, your customer is interacting with you. It's very important to understand what kind of business you are into. If you are selling, that your hardware product or your manufacturing tools for some bigger, large organization. So do we really need to take those in a normal digital marketing approach, or rather you can optimize your, that your marketing doing online account-based marketing, where you are talking to a selective set of customer. And over a period of time, you're not only retaining your existing, but also you are nurturing your future set of customers. So those realizations very, very important, especially from the people, those are sitting in, that in a marketing firm or agencies, they should drive some kind of skill-based program to let them understand that, what is this all about. It's not about just posting an ad on a Facebook or Instagram or on a LinkedIn. So that's the first part. Secondly, one more, that challenge that we see in SMBs that over a period of time, they accumulate, huge number, base of, that customer, the database. Now, most of them, they don't have a CRM in place. Can we just put in a CRM and drive a sustained conversation with with their prospective set of customer? So there are a few areas that, that I see that, before we get into the digital bandwagon, first you understand your customer, understand that what product that you are selling. Maybe your product is requires to have a conversation with a limited set of customer. If it's a B2, you are selling B2C, then maybe, that instead of, just doing, the random digital marketing, can we do some interest-based targeting where you're only talking to the customer who are showing the right intent around product category. So those kind of intelligence is very, very important to establish before we, jump on this, digital marketing bandwagon. So yeah, that's my point.
Thank you, Arindam, for bringing in a fresh perspective and something that is very genuine coming from an insider from the digital marketing side. Now, can we have Talukdar? So the question for Talukdar, you is, given that innovation is not a subject that is taught in schools, I mean, I know for sure because that's what I do for a living.
Right.
And large companies have always traditionally had these departments, R&D. The name can be different, but that is focused on at least looking towards what is happening out in the market as innovation. But for SMEs, which is trying to run their business on a day-to-day basis, I think they don't have either budget, mindset, or time for things like digital technologies or innovation. But is that right?
Well, it's a very diverse topic. When I see innovation as a word, it started with those ape men days when they invented wheel, fire, and most of the things. Somewhere I would like to go a century back. when two brothers, the Wright brothers, came together and they thought flying an object in the air. Today we are talking about space exploration and entrepreneurs like Elon Musk going to the next level of innovation, where the rockets are being re-landed back to the planet Earth. Where I see as an innovation, it's never being taught, but it's more of a passion-driven element. Today we have seen the Indian market is growing from agriculture sector to every other sector. But there are a few things where if we into a trading set of a business, you don't see innovating much over there. But the hunger for product, the idea, the concept is growing in India. Essentially, it's never a subject in any of our academic curriculum across various universities or in school days. But what I see is it's a practice. Now, if I have to see that's where the mentorship program should come, where entrepreneurs should mentor somebody like, this is the way how you can innovate. A father always teaches a kid like, these are the best practices, and then he keeps on innovating and brings something more, and then he transfers the same knowledge to the next generations to come in. From my point of view, today affordability is a big question. But at the end of the day, when the consultants come at higher organizations, I personally work with Xerox, and when we consult, it's based on understanding their own businesses and giving them some white papers at the end of the day. But innovation is all about passion driven. You need to have that passion, urge, but definitely you need to have some learning materials to go through. And today we talk about a lot of learning material available across YouTube and various learning channels. It's always the approach. The approach should be why they are doing, how they are doing, and what they are doing. If these three things are clearer to any individual, innovation erupts. It evolves. It can be volcanic sometimes. But that's how I see innovation as a subject.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you have given hope. Even though we have not learned it as a subject, it's okay as long as you have the passion and keep your eyes and ears open and have somebody to mentor. Right. Everybody and anybody can innovate. Thank you. That was really inspiring. Achal, now can you help us understand from your personal experience? Can you share one digital technology or innovation that has significantly and positively impacted your business, or that you have seen which is more like an SME, so that the audience can relate to how the digital technology and innovation can actually make a difference?
When I talk about digital innovation, so Tipsy as a brand was started in July 2020, which was right after the pandemic. And if I talk about the digital innovation, it has really helped the brand in coming this way and coming a long way. So when I talk about the digital innovation, it all started from the research, using the various websites, using the various technologies, and understanding how the best product can be made. Then talking about the outsourcing, again, because of the digital innovations and because of the digital availability of the vendors, we were able to source some of the best ingredients for our product. And then coming to the payments, again, because of the digital innovations, we were able to use platforms and use UPIs to make the payments to them. Then again, the logistics, people like Porter, people like Dunzo, they helped us in getting the products. Then there were also, then the biggest innovation again is social media. And as Arindam rightly said, that social media or customer relationship management is one of the very important aspects of any business now, to create that right marketing and to create that right positioning of the brand. And that is why this is how Tipsy gained a leverage against the other brands, which were already there in the market for a longer period. But because of the right approach, with the right customer segmentation and the right continuous touch base with the customers, it helped us a lot in gaining popularity among them in the market. So I would for sure say that digital innovations and technologies have really helped the businesses like us to grow during this pandemic.
Thank you, Achal. So if I understood correctly, while you were sitting at home, customers were getting Tipsy in their homes and money was getting into your bank account. It is as simple as that. Okay, thanks. All SMEs, please note that. Now, Ankita, I think all of us have used Flipkarts, Amazons, and the big things that flashes are the big day sales and discounts and cash. So that's all something that I associate with online commerce, the big funded Flipkarts and Amazon that have money to throw in cashback or as a discount, right? So is this as a strategy only available for the large corporates, or how can SMEs actually get started? Because I see people get attracted to this. I know you have touched upon this, but I would like you to elaborate so that SMEs understand how to adopt this.
So I'll talk here a little bit about our business model. So what we work on with any brand is a cost per converted unit. We do not work on sending you traffic. We do not work on sending you clicks. We work on cost per converted unit. So like if you have a website where you have your products listed and you want to promote that, so I would only get paid once the product is sold. So that's what I was talking about. If your mark, whatever I'm taking is from the converted, is from the actual sales, and not just some fictitious things like where you are not actually making money. When a product is sold, that's when the business owner also makes money, and that's when I'm charging the brand. So if let's say there is a brand Tipsy who's selling online and who's a website, so I would so if there is a one cold drink, one beverage sold, or a packet or a combo that they have created and they've sold that, only then after the converted unit is what I will get. And whatever commission I will get, I will share that commission with my customers as well. That's how this cashback concept works. So let's say if Tipsy decides to give me for a beverage sold 100 rupees or 50 rupees. Of this 50 rupees, I would be mostly giving 30 rupees to the customer back as cashback, and 20 rupees is what I'd be keeping as my cut. So the GoPaisa cashback is different because I am not giving you cashback on paying through a particular medium. Even if you're doing a cash on delivery, irrespective what medium you're paying through, you can still get this cashback because the cashback is coming into GoPaisa account, and that you can take into bank account. So for a customer, it is very useful because this money, I'm not asking the customer to again shop or do something. Now, whatever money you have saved, again, you have to shop. No, that's not the cycle. The customer can easily take that money back into the bank account. So that's a very important point for the customer. For the brand, it works very well because I am only asking him money on the converted units.
Yes, Pragya.
For the other remaining things, whatever traffic I have sent, whatever clicks I have said, and the sale actually doesn't convert, I get nothing. So for anybody who wants to enter this, I think it makes sense if your structures are right, if you know that this is the marketing budget that I have, then this is the portion that I'm looking to spend. Okay, then we can work together.
I need the money right now.
Got it. Thank you. So I think all SMEs need to understand is that cashback is not a separate fund. It is out of the margin that you can spend. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Now I think we have Mr. Muthusekhar. How can large firms with budgets for R&D, we have seen how large your company is in terms of its presence across geographies and the customer segments, right? So, Mr. Muthusekhar, how can you and your firm's experience in R&D and innovation help the other members of the ecosystem so that not everybody will be having the same kind of budget that a Nord Drive has?
We always encourage our supply chain to, reach a certain level. That's kind of a ballpark we keep for the entire supply chain. It's not only in Germany, across wherever subsidiaries we have. We try to develop the subsidiaries to reach that level, whether it's a digitalization, whether it is a communication, whether it is a response, whether it is quality. Everything we try to bring to one level. By and large, all the companies does this. A classic example, I would say, this automobile companies. Automobile companies takes the entire ecosystem together and develop the ecosystem. I think that's a beautiful example. I think that's what we need to discuss, which helps for the SMEs also to develop to the level of the large organization. Of course, R&D and innovations, we may not be able to take the supply chain into account because once the R&D and innovation is done, the product is innovated, the product is well researched, then it goes to the supply chain and to the SMEs. So SMEs becomes only the production units or only subcontracting firms. But still, we tell them the importance of the products. I think the communication matters a lot, and the importance of the product should be known to the entire team which is producing it. That's where the passion will also be part and parcel of the product, and you will get a better product. I think this is the way the SMEs have to be developed, and that's what is Nod culture. And I see that a classic example is an automobile. How do they do the ecosystem?
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I think what you have pointed out is traditionally the automobile sector has had a tighter integration with other SMEs, so there was always this sharing of practices. I think it makes sense for the automobile sector to take the lead and share this template in other areas as well, so that other SMEs that are serving other sectors also benefit. Thank you.
The entire, the economy itself is get developed. It's the culture changes, then automatically the entire economy improves.
Correct. I think the ripple effect and the ecosystem benefits start kicking. Thank you, Mr. I'll come back to Mr. Aditya Kindra now. So, large enterprises have always factored in disruption and impact of digital technologies and innovations on their business because they have people on the job and they have money to spend on that. As an IT solution provider that you are, what would be your advice for SMEs to prepare and be ready for digital innovation, given that they have limited budgets and mindsets that probably believe that there is time in the future for things like digital and innovation?
Yes, so I think Mr. Muthu, whose background is large enterprise and who comes from a large enterprise, actually talked it right. The point of integration is somewhere which the large enterprise know how to get it done. See, the difference between today a large enterprise and an SME is that large enterprises are primarily based out of the larger metros, whereas SMEs are geographically spread. They are all across, whether it's a tier 1 city, tier 2 city, or tier 3 cities. And in this whole process, they don't have access to the solution part of the portfolio. Whenever any of the organizations, whether it's an IT company, whether it's us, deal with a large enterprise, it's a solutioning which is done. And because of the geographical spread of SMEs and obviously the biggest part which you talked about, the budget constraint, they don't have sometimes the requisite IT manpower. I think one of the things which I've seen in my experience, which happens with us also, SMEs generally tend to buy one thing at a time. And in the end, a thing which could have costed them for 100 rupees, net cost them more 170 or 180. And we know it at the end, right? That this is how it is happening. But it's again, it's a chicken and egg story. Either we talk to them and give them a solution and tell them that this is how it works. It will work in 100 rupees and it has to be done in one go, or you spread it over time. So it's a call which is to be taken. And I would always prefer the part 2, because when it's an integration, as Mr. Muthu talked about, it has its own value chain, which brings the advantage which the value chain brings into. That's one. Second is, I will always say and always recommend everybody, don't buy. Technology is never to be bought. Investing in technology will not result in anything, because you will invest in one thing, the world, anybody will make it obsolete. They will, because it's a business finally, they will make it obsolete at the end of it. And technology is actually changing. It's not about just a business, it's also actually changing. So always rent it out. Buying will not lead you to anything. It's just an absolute waste of money. After 2 years or 3 years, you'll again buy the same thing. That's an advanced version. So renting it out is the way to go forward. And that's the way I think everybody through this pandemic or whatever, the companies have also learned it. It's the IT way. If you want to go for an IT service, it's a service. We always call IT service, whether it's TCS, Infosys, any of the larger IT companies. It's always a service we go for. So any of the technological solutions also have to be only from a service point of view. If SMEs change that behavior pattern, I'm sure they're going to look at a larger advantage in the process.
Thank you, Aditya. I think very valid points in terms of how difficult it is to change the mindset that we have adopted over the last probably 20, 30 years of existence versus suddenly the digital disruption demanding you to invest in something. And that investment, while it looks costlier, I think it is better to invest in the solution instead of piecemeal basis. I think that's a key takeaway for us. The second thing is, don't look at a particular hardware, software, look at what you are getting out of them as a service. Holding the provider accountable for the service is the key takeaway. Very valuable lessons. Thank you, Aditya. Manoj, now the next question for you, Manoj Agarwal. As someone who is in the business of consulting, helping them do their business better, I think one of the less focused areas is about engaging. Everybody talks about engaging customer. Nobody talks about engaging your own internal customer, which is your employees. Is that something that SMEs should focus on? Because their typical attitude for most of us, if not all, is ye chala jayega to dusra aayega. So can you help us understand why it is so important to engage employees better, and how can they do it, the SMEs?
Yeah, thanks, Venkat. This is a favorite question for me. So in today's world, I think the single biggest competitive advantage for any company would be its employees. I mean, if you have the right employees, you can do anything. You can beat your competitors. You can achieve what you want to achieve, etc., etc. And you call it right that great employee experience leads to a great customer experience. It's like take care of your employees and they will take care of your customers. I mean, it's as simple as that. Now, the biggest problem is that most of the times we consider simple things about employee engagement as cost. Now, rather than thinking that as a cost, think that as an investment. It's like your human body, right? I mean, if you keep your body well, it's like prevention is better than cure. You don't need the cure itself. Consider things like the hiring cost, the attrition cost, and then that time gap which leads to the huge opportunity cost. Now, these small things about employee engagement can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. And then these are not very hard things to do. I mean, these are very simple things to do. Just one has to understand. One of the exercises which we have been doing in our company is simple things like monthly one-on-one feedback. So if you have, let's say, 100 employees, if you are able to have a one-on-one feedback, which is not about work and your targets, etc., but which is more human-to-human feedback, you will listen very, very nice things which you generally ignore. And if you are able to solve those simple problems for these guys, they really are very thankful, and then they are with you for forever. So I think it's a very, very big investment and very, very important investment for every company, whatever size, whether it is SMEs, mid companies, large companies, it should be done.
Thank you. I think a wonderful way to remember what you have said is prevention is better than cure. I think whether it is Corona or digital disruption, I think that's the way to remember. Engaging employees is going to save a lot. It's an investment and not a cost. Thank you. Thank you, Manoj. Now I have Arindam help us with understanding something that everybody knows, the word e-commerce. Yeah. So everybody has to be on e-commerce because there is no choice. Your competitors, your suppliers, everybody's on e-commerce. But what does it take for an SME to call itself being on e-commerce? Is it buying a software, a license? Do you develop?
Yeah.
What should be the way?
Yeah. So e-commerce is in an ocean, right? And suddenly, during pandemic, suddenly you can see the surge that everybody wants to be, come to an e-commerce. And yeah, definitely the way this industry is moving, the way that consumer is buying product, whether in B2C or B2B side of the business, that is the future. But at the same time, that it's very, very important to understand the e-commerce is not about that you create a microsite, put in your product, spend money to target the audience and we're expecting that people will come and buy the product. It doesn't work like that. And what we see in the market, the B2C side of the SMEs, they still understand this, the game, pretty well. We just hearing this panel that, that it, tips the brand, that it did proper research, understand that, what there's a need of this category, what are the competitors doing, what is the, monetization, what is the back-end shipment, so on and so, so forth. But the biggest challenge is for the companies who is to sell the product by only participating in exhibitions. Like, that in India, that around 60% of SMBs, they're manufacturing something or hardware and all. How they're going to, drive their business? Currently, they can't participate in exhibition, they can't travel, so they're totally stuck. Now, for them, it's very, very important to understand that it's not about that you're gonna take a picture and put it in your site, and you expect the customer, like just I mentioned, that he will come and buy your product. Now, B2B, though, that we are seeing some changes, in the trend that, B2B buyers also that they're right now getting acclimatized with the new way of buying, they're expecting the same experience like the online store. Now, for the SME, it's very important to understand that if their product demands that experience, so can we, create some 3D rendition of product so that my customer can come and experience the product? Can we plug in maybe, that's some tool where customer can directly block the calendar of the sales team? Can we put, the chatbot to have a 24/7 services? So for them, it's not that, they can just replicate what the B2C brands are doing. So it's very, very important to understand what is my product, who is my customer, and how my, that tool should look like. Now, another thing is that, what we, the challenge that we are, seeing that SMB they're facing, that how, the customer, they're already existing, those are fine. To build a new customer, how they're going to build their credibility? That is one of the major challenge. So for them, can we take some, the case study led marketing? So whoever is your customer, the once you built up your e-commerce platform, can we use, those, that way of messaging to build their credibility, around your, products or your company, so that whomever is coming from the, the platform, they know that what you've achieved over a period of time. So again, as I mentioned, that it's not about technologies. The technologies, everyone is, 10 number of technologies that are available. If you want to create your own e-commerce platform, that's fine. If you want to, maybe right now, there are lots of Uran and, Shopify. There's so many third-party players also available where you can go and list your product. But you have to be very, very careful. There is a proper strategy in place that, how I want to take out my, the product to the market, and what kind of experience, that I can give to my customer.
Okay.
There's a few, that areas that I feel that before we get into this e-commerce model, there are a couple of stuff that they should have some tick mark.
Okay. Thank you, Arindam. I think what you're saying is do your homework before you jump onto the bandwagon. Know whether you are a B2C or a B2B, and what segment, what kind of product, and what experience. I think that's basic homework is the best way to figure out what suits you well.
Yes.
Thank you, Arindam. Now to Talukdar, I think from where Arindam has mentioned about typically the SMEs getting to exhibit their products in conferences, which is now not possible probably for the next 1 year or so, not being able to do demos of the product in person. So how do you think digital technologies, the new ones like AR, VR, or any technology that you think will help this very real problem, immediate problem of getting SMEs to showcase their product and offerings?
Yeah, great. We had been working on this space, but I'll just take a little bit more than 2.5 minutes to explain this. Where we had been working in the lines, Cognitive Elements was focusing on something called this customer experience, right? Today, when you have to sell a product or service, the experience matters. The experience is divided into two components. One is the visualization part of it, and the second is the business transactions part of it. With visualizations, we talk about web and multiple components like extended reality, where you have AR, VR, and all of those. Now today, considering the fact that we have to maintain social distancing, and considering the fact that people do have money, but they don't know how to go and buy it, there is a huge gap, and that gap can be bridged by getting the technology solutions at the right place. In last 1 year, if I have to go in a factual way, so when the pandemic hit, nobody was prepared. There was no business continuity plan even for the larger organizations, which we have seen. Today we have delivered around 56 odd projects in last 1 year. It's not about the SMEs. The bigger guys were also not prepared. Now, when BCP comes into the picture, the only way, if I have to talk about, is the connectivity part of it. But with connectivity, you need to give the essence of what you are trying to sell. So in real estate, with one of the developers here in Pune, between October till January, they ended up selling 243 units through a system which was powered by VR, where customer can come, they'll log in, they can have a guided demo tour with our solution. And by the virtue of this, they can have the futuristic visualization, what they will get it. Because home buying is a serious matter, whether it is Mr. Mukesh Ambani or the poorest person. It's the biggest investment they had been doing. And from there, we took the inspiration of how this we can bring it to the SMEs and the small guys who are at the rural part of the country. It's very simple, which we are bringing. So we are launching one of the product portfolio. It's in the similar lines that you go, log in, create your own virtual store. Now, this virtual store will be purely immersive. So you can click some 360 photographs and you can have a 1,000,000 square feet kind of a thing. And with a very, very, very small amount as the rent you are paying. So renting was one about the component, and here you can have other components coming together like video conferencing, you have chatbots, you have artificial intelligence, and all of these are connected with the business transactions at the back end, where you have inventory management, where you have product portfolio and all of those. So today it's not very difficult, considering the Indian companies are working, we being a platform company, we are working, how 80% of the bottom of the pyramid, when I consider SMEs, are struggling to reach to the right customers. You need to bridge that gap. And it's very much possible in the next 6 months, which we foresee.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you're saying distance doesn't matter anymore. Thank you. Thank you. So, Achal, the question is for you now. How do you see the importance of digital technologies from a B2C versus a B2B SME perspective? I believe you have been on both sides.
Right, right. So when I talk about the digital presence or the marketing perspective of any brand, so when I talk about Tipsy as a brand, so starting from the decision on the name to the packaging, so we had a very clear idea that we want to create an impact in the market, that this is a local brand which is at a global level. And that is how we were able to cross our first hurdle of getting the right vendors for our product. So when I talk about the vendors, when I talk about the B2B, so as soon as we went to them with the name of the brand and the packaging that we designed for it, the vendors themselves become very intrigued and they wanted to work with us. Similarly, when I talk about the Horeca owners, so Horeca owners themselves are one of the key influencers in the marketing perspective. They are the influencers in creating new marketing trends. So when we went to them, the good thing with Tipsy was that we did some smart integrations, and then we created a local influencer network, which were able to put a regular organic post on the company's or the brand's Instagram page, and which helped again in getting our digital presence across the Horeca owners. So that was again a very big achievement for the brand. Then thirdly, when I talk about the customer database, customer database themselves, the end customers themselves were able to help us because of the same matter. So again, digital presence was very important and have been a key to Tipsy's growth.
Okay. So whether B2C or B2B, there is no difference. Everybody needs digital presence is the takeaway. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Ankita, so I just wanted to know if SMEs need to invest in softwares, or there are platforms like yours if they want to get into the whole concept of cash discounting and coupons and all that. In a very brief way. so that we can then move on to the questions.
So I think the important fact that one of my panelists told was that you need to figure out which segment are you in. Are you in B2B? Are you in B2C? Okay, you figured out. So we cater with only B2C market mostly. So if you are in a B2C market, you are looking to reach out to mass market. Again, even if you are looking to reach out to a certain category or a certain territory, let's say you're only catering to North market, you're only catering to South market, that's good enough. Even that is possible. So, but you need to have your dynamics in place before you actually reach out to mass channels like us, because we are mass reaching our channels. I mean, for me, it is not possible that I have a set of 3.5 million plus customer base on my platform, which are loyal users. So these customers, if I expose them to a brand, if I expose them to a certain option, they should be able to get it. Is the answer. If I showcase them and they're not able to get it, it's a bad experience for the brand as well as for the customer. So it is very important that they work on the distribution if you are a B2C, so that the customer can actually avail it. The only thing is the customer should be able to avail it. And with options like ShipLite, you can ship across the country. So these are aggregators. You don't even need to be fixated with, okay, I can only work with a certain shipping partner. Why? A certain courier partner. ShipLite gives you access to all the courier services in one place. So work with all these people, just like they were saying about Shopify. So get your site listed there and post that. I mean, we are a loyalty platform. To get you loyal customers, to get you the quality customer is what my task is. I can do that, but my only criteria is the product should reach the customer. Your product distribution, your product pipeline should be well in place before you actually reach out to any mass channel.
Thank you, Ankita. So now we come to Mr. Muthu Shekhar. Your not drive systems caters to wide variety of customer segments and a lot of geographies, and which is typically the case with most of the SMEs which try to expand their business to as many different allied products and different geographies. So when we are trying to address such a large expanse geographically and product wise, how do we look at innovation? Because my thought was innovation can come only when you are very focused. How do we balance this diversity versus focus?
First of all, if you see the history of Nord is, we focus only on one product. So all the core competencies goes into the product. We don't diversify into other business or other activities. If we take geared motor and gearbox, what is related to geared motor and gearbox? The entire, periphery we work on. So that's the first thing. And second is traditionally we launch our product in Hanover, the largest German fair every year, maybe 2 or 3 products. But last year and this year, we launched the product through digital medium. But how do we, your question was, how do we, select a product? First of all, we get the market feedback. Once the market feedback is available, and the feedback goes from all the countries. It's not just only, Germany being the headquarter, they decide what product should be developed. So they take inputs from all the countries, and the weightage is analyzed. After the weightage is analyzed, of course, there are debates in terms of cost versus value and how the product can reach and the health and safety aspects of the product. So this all is analyzed. Once it is done, then the product innovation and development starts in Germany. So that's the way our R&D center is in Germany, and that's where the products are developed. So this is the way we work when it comes to innovation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muthu Shekhar. I think thanks to all the panel for their lovely insights. And I think now we have come to the close of the conversation. A few questions from our attendees. One question, Fahim, you wanted to say something?
I think so. The first question, I think so Manoj will be in a better position to answer this. So the question, Manoj, is it's from Tarun Grover. He have asked like, what are the thoughts about providing discounts in some form of discount coupon or referral coupon or some incentive, a must to attract new customers on social media platform. It gets difficult to attract new customers without attracting them with some kind of benefit. We as a company don't believe in discounting model. We believe our product should be the only driving factor for the new clients. Please advise.
Yeah. So it depends upon the business model and the kind of target audience as well. I mean, so number one, is your business model B2C or B2B? In consumer businesses, discounts sometimes become important, and that also becomes important. So there are 3-4 things which I'll tell you, and that might help you kind of take a decision. Number one, is it B2B or B2C? Second is, who is your target audience? So if your target audience is people with, say, lower income groups or middle income groups, then they will be very happy about discounts because any savings is good. But if your target audience is like a higher income group, then they don't really care about discounts. The third is that is your product already good? I mean, if your product is better than the competitors, then most of the times you will not need a discount because you will already have customers who will be looking for your product if your distribution is right, as Ankita mentioned in the previous discussion. And the fourth is that most of the times you do discounts typically at the top of the funnel when you are acquiring more and more customers. But if you have already acquired a lot of customers and if you are just milking your existing customers, then discount may not be the best strategy. There are other ways you can do it better. So you have to kind of weigh down these options and then decide whether discount should be the right strategy or not.
Thank you, Manoj. So the next question, I think so, Mr. Muthu Sekar will be able to answer to this. So the question is digital. It's from Alagappan M. He's from Coimbatore. He has asked, digital technology started to become familiar before a decade. Right now, everyone speaks about this technology. My question is how long it will be in current scenario and what will be the future upgradation in this platform? How should SMEs should equip themselves for the future world? So, Mr. Muthusekar and I think so, Aditya, you both can answer to this.
Yeah, let me answer the question. Digital penetration, still it has not reached the level. Recent survey in US, 80% of the SMEs and small business have not used the digital touch points. So in US, if the survey points out that 80% of the small business are not using the digital touch points, then India is far, far away. But if you look at a couple of points, the sale of mobile phones, especially the smartphones, if you look at the internet penetration, what India has, India will have a penetration of 68%. Currently, it is at 51%. And next 3-4 years in 2024, it will reach a 68% of internet penetration. And that will be even more than US as per the prediction. So if you look at the kind of data, if you look at the kind of internet prediction, penetration, I think digital is going to stay for long. Of course, we will not be able to predict the future for how long it will stay. But presently, at least for a few more years or a decade, this will stay. And everybody have to be in internet business. I think that's the way the life is going to be. Even a small kirana shops, now they have started, operating through mobile phone or through WhatsApp. I think that's going to be the order of the day.
Aditya, you'd like to add on to this?
Yes, I just add on the other part of the question, which is about, how do you get to the platform and where the future lies. I feel that, as Mr. Muthu talked about, we just on 51% penetration. And unfortunately, the way I talked about that SMEs are geographically spread, I think the first most important point is the enablement of every employee in any organization. I'm talking primarily from, a corporate perspective. One of the challenges which we face as, as a service provider is that the lack of knowledge and the lack of understanding at a very basic level when we approach our customers at their IT platform. So I think the first thing is that to get the right talent and if they don't have that right talent, either we subscribe it or we put it or outsource it, and then let that right talent bring the right platform and right services in their organization. And then the whole other part of it, the integration and the services and the digital transformation will start happening. We just did a partner meet about one month back, about 1 year back. And I just want to tell you that, and most of these partners were from Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore. And we brought a digital guy to, address them for about 30 minutes. And he talked at a very basic level and how to use a LinkedIn to advertise your services. Trust me, 70% of them did not know this. And at the end of this whole story, when those partners told me back that, this is new for us and we don't know how to use it and, advertise our business, it was a learning for us too. And we were talking about the elite people we always thought are digitally transformed. So, even if the number is 51% or 68% or 40%, from a corporate perspective, I don't think we are at 5% also. So we need to first enable that talent, and then come to the transformation part of it.
I'll take the last question for this panel. So the last question is from Mr. Vinod Kumar Vishwakarma. He is the founder and director of Vistek Gear Drive Services OPC Private Limited. So the question is, we are into sourcing solutions and engineering services for global sourcing program in manufacturing industries. My question is, what are the challenges for service providing companies in digital technologies and what are best solutions to overcome for these challenges? So anyone, Mr. Muthu, if you can, or anyone from the panel who can speak on this.
I think the consultancy services, the cyber security would be the biggest challenge in the digital world.
Anyone else who would like to answer this question?
I think the competition and pricing, etc., can also be very, very challenging situations because there are, as we started with this panel, that okay, there are too many Me Too solutions coming up, and how do you handle pricing and differentiation becomes very important.
My point of view is like value creation is something which we cannot ignore going forward. And essentially, when you are talking about different segments, you need to focus on those experiences coming together. Today, skill sets which are coming out of colleges or various industries, when they are sourcing it, the demand is different. Considering the COVID, the digital transformation itself has taken 10x leap, and somewhere we need to upgrade ourselves to address those kind of situations in coming future.
Sure. So I think so with this, Venkat, we can end this panel. And I would like to thank you for doing a great moderation. And I would like to thank you, Mr. Manoj, Mr. Samudra Gupta, Mr. Achal, Mr. Muthusekar, Mr. Indamde, Ankita, and Aditya. Thanks a lot. It was pleasure having you all here. And we look forward to your presence in future conclaves too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Sasuda. How are you, Mr. Patro?
Yeah, fine,
Venkat,
fine.
you can live, yeah. So we'll start in next say 7 minutes time, Mr. Patro.
Yeah.
Ninad is also here.
Yeah, Mr. Ninad is there.
Yeah,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Yeah, hi everybody. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Hi, Fahim.
Hi, sir. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you so much.
You have used the backdrop in a much better manner. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I thought that probably this is much better way of kind of depicting it.
Yeah.
You know?
Can you share with me the background? Maybe I can also put it right now, I think. Maybe for the betterment. I don't know. It's okay for us.
Yeah, I'll just.
Okay, your voice is a bit feeble. Are you saying that you want the background? Do you want me to share the background with you all?
Yeah, if you want, then we can put it right away.
Sure. No problem.
How are you?
Do we have a time?
Again, we say the same platform.
Hi, Rishi. Hi, Rishi, sir. How are you?
Hi, Fahim. How are you? I'm good. In fact, I had joined earlier also, but then I think the previous panel was going on.
Yes. So the previous panel just ended.
Yeah. So I was shunted out of it.
No, we had put you on hold.
Hi, Mr. Patro. How are you?
Yeah, good afternoon. Hi, Mr. Rishi.
Hi, Ninad.
Hi, everybody.
Mr. Ninad, again, happy to see you again here. And we set the same platform again.
Oh, absolutely. I think
Is my voice clear?
Yes.
Okay, just
Is
wanted
my
to
voice
check.
clear?
Yeah, perfect. Because I was using the headphones earlier, but then in the previous meeting which we were having, but they said without headphones the voice is much clearer. So I'm
That's
not
clear,
using.
yeah. I'm thinking to take it out, I think.
All right, so I've shared the background with y'all. If y'all want, you can use this shared background as a virtual background for your Zoom sessions, for this particular Zoom session.
Have you shared the background?
Yeah, I've just emailed it to all of y'all.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah, I've just emailed it to all of y'all.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are audible.
Great. All right. So I just see around, I think it's Rishi, Sai, just two of y'all. We have three more panelists, rather four more panelists.
Three more. They are joining.
They
Yeah, they'll be joining in a while. They're just joining in.
All right. I just wanted to kind of have like a half a minute session before we go live,
Sure. So anyways, we have got 5 minutes time. So they are joining. We can have a brief discussion and then we can go live.
Right. I just want to make sure that I just set the stage up so that everybody is aware what is coming and what is in store for them. I have already shared all the questions and the flow with all the panelists. I hope you had the opportunity to go through it as well. Okay.
Yes.
मेरा वाला अच्छा लगता है ना लाइक मेरा वाला मेरी तरफ से भी
Hi, Dr. Pradeep. How are you doing? Good afternoon.
Hi. Good. I hope all are well.
Yeah, good.
Right now.
I believe you're traveling, is it?
Yeah, little travel. On the way, I've taken up. No problem.
Okay, all right. I just hope that we can hear you. We can see you also. I just hope that there's no disturbance or there's no breakages in the connectivity.
No disturbance. Don't worry. There's no disturbance. It's a short journey.
Okay. Okay, we're missing a couple of panelists more. There are 4. I think we need 2 more, right?
Ninad?
Yeah.
I think so. We can start, and the rest, there are two panelists will join later.
Okay, all right. So before we go live, let me know if when we are going live. Before that, I think we have 4 panelists. So first of all, thank you so much for joining, everybody. I know it's a busy schedule for you all, but I think this is going to take around hour and a half for this. And I've already shared the flow as well as the questions to all of you all. I believe you've already gone through it. Flow is we're going to start with the welcome, and then I'm going to have a short sort of introduction for you all. You're going to self-introduce yourself as well. I'm just going to announce your names and your company name. Then you can actually spend probably a minute each for self-introducing yourself. Then on, we'll straight away get into the questions. There'll be 2 rounds of questions. The first round, obviously, we'll go to all the panelists, all 6 panelists. And we have almost around 4 minutes, I think, for each of the panelists for round 1, and so is the case for round 2 as well. I think that's sufficient enough time for all of us to speak in whatever we have to talk about. What I would suggest is probably if you have any funny anecdotes or something in your experience, you can share that just to engage the audience as well, because otherwise it becomes very, very drab, and very, very sort of unprofessional as well. So having said that, let's keep it very engaging. We're going to have an interactive session as well. Probably we'll also, at the end of it, we are going to throw open the forum for question and answers, and we'll take up audience. We have enough time for that as well. Let's be mindful of all our time as well. And please bear with me. I'm going to be a timekeeper here as well. So if I believe and feel that you're going to overshoot your time, I will nudge you saying that you're going overboard. Please, I'll have to rein you in as well. So sorry for that. Bear with me. But that's in order for us to kind of get this thing done, right? And let's be very interactive.
Yes, Ninad, we can start. We are live, Ninad.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you. It's an absolute pleasure to be a part of the National SME CXO Conclave under the aegis of GovConnect, which in my opinion is quite a unique concept, which brings together the best that digital technology has to offer, and of course the business also has to offer. As you are aware, AI, OAT, AR, VR, robotics, data analytics are quite prevalent nowadays in technology circles. We all know about that. Add to that the entire bonhomie around everything digital. Everything is about digital nowadays. Everybody's talking about digital. But are these just buzzwords, or is there any real merit associated with it? Does technology really pave the way for better experience? These are quite pertinent questions, and I'm sure all of you are quite eager to know and understand the basis of all this. And what better way than hearing from those who are quite well entrenched and richly experienced in these concepts. Together with us today is an elite panel of experts who have years and years of hands-on experience in digital technologies within the pharma industry, and of course from the business standpoint as well. For today's discussion, we have an eclectic mix of stalwarts ranging from people who run businesses to people who run technology for their businesses. On behalf of National SME Exchange and CXO Conclave, I welcome them to this panel. I request all the panelists to introduce themselves. Let's begin with Rishi Jagmohan.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you very much, National SME Conclave, for having me on board. Hello, my co-panelist. At the outset, it's a great experience being over here. My name is Rishi Jagmohan Singh. I am Global Head for Learning and Development and Digital Strategy for Wockhardt. That's a pharmaceutical company. And besides this, I also am a business transformation mentor and coach for the CEOs and the CXOs. Plus, at the same time, I'm a certified Marshall Goldsmith coach from and ICF. I'm a certified situation leadership trainer. I have worked in companies like Pfizer, Warner Lambert, Park Davis, and I'm a pass out of XIMB and I've done some courses from IIM Indore also. A little bit more, I have also written a book, Are You a Digital Dinosaur?, which is purely direct targeted towards corporates, and all the profits of this book of the Amazon bestseller has been donated to Bharat Ke Veer Foundation, which supports the widows of Indian Army. All the best to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. Shiv, how about you? All right, I guess we're expecting Shiv very soon. Can we go to Dr. Prabit Mahajan, please? If you can self-introduce yourself.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Dr. Pradeep Mahajan. In fact, let me thanks for the National SME CXO panel, which is a government-oriented program probably to given whatever the world is going on with the digitalization of, I would say, rather pharma and medicine. Where is a quite mixture of around AI, digitalization, as well as various physical energies, along with the non-lively pharmaceutical molecules and lively. I being an expert in biotech, I always call a biotech working on a living molecules, which are breathing entities. Now, in fact, my experience as a training is a neurosurgeon in a medical school, as a professor of surgery. And then last 10 years, I have been in research work of stem cells, regenerative medicine, and genomic science, whereby I have come over the journey, my affiliations from the Ohio State University in US, Indianapolis, US, and MUHS with the University of Maharashtra Health Sciences. University of Health Sciences. This journey has brought me to explain where academic programs as well as the program in which I would be talking about the various experiences to take biotech with the AI and digitalization, how to framework on the patient-centric and patient beneficially total overall applications. My expertise particularly are in clinical trials, which I do with Indianapolis University for tissue nanotransfection technologies, like some of the COVID areas where I'm working on a molecule which is called as a lyophilized platelet powder, which could be directly affecting the target organs of the lungs. Likewise, my other area of the work is academic, where I conduct the entire teaching program for MSc, PhD, and as well the postdoctoral MSMD students to get the experience in biological sciences. This is an overall experience of mine, and I hope I would add some more better during the conversation of today's conclave. Thank you.
All right, Doctor, nice to know about that. Thanks for the introduction. We'll move on to Mayank Gupta.
Right, thanks, Ninad, and thank you, National SME CXO Conclave, to invite me. I am CFO for a digital healthcare startup called 1mg. And we covered the entire country across a range of online pharmacies, teleconsultation, and lab diagnostics as well. I personally have roughly 20 plus years experience across 4 organizations, largest being before 1mg with the GE, where I was there for almost 14 years. I spent some time outside India as well, in our headquarters and in Europe as well. And I specialize in driving growth, achieving profitability through various initiatives, and driving corporate governance in organizations.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Mayank. Great to have you here as well on this panel. It's going to be very exciting. We'll move on to Sai Sudha Patra, please. If you can introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, and thanks to National SME CXO and all the speakers and Mr. Fahim and all the audience. And great to be here again and sharing the same platform with Mr. Ninad. Just a couple of weeks back, I shared the same platform with him. This is Sai Sudha Patra. I'm an ex-Cadillac Cipla guy. I'm a B.Pharm MBA graduate and having 20 plus years experience. I have my own pharma consulting company. It's called Mundial Pharmaceuticals. Basically, we represent Indian companies and having their business operation handling in Latin America. And as well as getting Latin American companies establishment and the production unit support from Indian side. We take care of both import and export, and giving companies base how they can start in their business operation in Spanish speaking countries, and looking forward to share some insight of Indian and versus Latin American business operations, about the pharmaceutical markets, and as well as some supply chain side, how we can and where we are need to progress or lacking behind. I'll put some points today in today's webinar. Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Sai. And we were expecting a couple of more panelists to join us as well. As and when they join, we will have the introduction in place. In the meanwhile, without further ado, let's discuss and gain insights and also some wisdom from these eminent personalities. We have absolute brain power here today amongst these 4 panelists, and probably will jog their memories as well. And in the bargain, we'll also learn a lot from them. So we'll just to make sure that we start our proceedings. I'll just kind of quickly go up to Rishi Jagmohan. Rishi, just to ask you to begin with, you come from the pharma sector, where you must have launched several platforms which help doctors drive patient engagements. Can you talk to us about this phenomenal transformation that you have brought about within your organization, of course, and for the community as well?
Yeah, thank you very much, Ninad, for making me an opening batsman. I hope I'm able to hit for 6 some of the balls.
Absolutely.
So, of course, this is my favorite topic. Apart from learning and development, digital transformation is one of my favorite topics, and passionate about it. If it comes to digital initiatives, I mean, there are multiple digital initiatives that I have introduced in my organization and in my department. To name a few.
I guess there is some background feedback. If I can request everybody else to go on mute, please. Apart.
Okay. So what I was saying was that there are multiple initiatives on digital initiatives. But before I share about the digital initiatives, let me start a 5E framework for patient centricity, which I have introduced in my book. Number 1 is it should have ease of operation. Number 2, it should be creating a right kind of environment. That is second E. Third is it should have empathy of the user, that is patient as well as the customer. Fourth point is it should have efficiency in it. And of course, very, very important is you create a right kind of engagement. So this is my 5E framework for patient centricity. And let me share with you that one of the apps which we introduced was Sugar Cube, which was much before the COVID times. I think 2019 or 20, we had introduced that. And it was primarily to, engage the diabetic patients with the doctor and ensure that the right kind of parameters are, tracked. In those days, it was pre-COVID era. So I think everybody knows that COVID is the biggest reason for transformation, digital transformation in the companies. It is not the CXOs or CTOs or CEOs. It is this COVID which has done that. So this particular, platform which we introduced, it created a lot of buzz around that, and a lot of diabetologists, a lot of endocrinologists, they came on board, and they found that it is much easier to track, patients, not from that angle, but in case somebody goes beyond the, deadline or limit of HbA1c or glucose levels. So through that, we could do it. Today, there are hundreds of apps which are available on telemedicine. Even Government of India has introduced the e-Sanjeevani. So that is one thing. Second initiative which I like to talk about is the learning management system, which we introduced over here, which we did not limit for internal employees. I call it WGNI. We also extended to the customers also. So that is where it was pretty useful that doctors had an opportunity to access whatever information they want, they can access over there. And it was not limited to, only the internal employees. So these two initiatives are very, very important, and it created some kind of customer centricity, customer engagement. And it is very important that we have these 5E parameters always in mind in order to have the right kind of engagement. Otherwise, what happens is there are so many pharma companies. They are launching many apps. And question becomes that whether those apps are being used by the doctors or not for the benefit of the patient, or it is just a flavor of the month. I think I like to mention over here, I've been talking at the top of my voice before COVID that we need to digitize. But I was questioned by the audience, of course, that why should we spend so much money in digitization? So, I mean, I have sometimes I used to answer, sometimes I used to smile at the dinosaurs who were asking these questions. So that is where exactly I will stop over here, and I like to learn from my co-panelists about their experience in this. Thank you very much, Ninad.
All right, thank you, Rishi. I think well said, sharing all the experiences, especially the 5 principles and parameters of engagement and success, and which will lead to benefits for the entire community. And I'm sure our audience is going to, and delegates will also kind of understand this and learn from that. Thank you so much, Rishi. We'll move on to Dr. Pradeep Mahajan now. Doc, you're from the biotech industry, which prides itself in bringing about life-saving medicines through extensive research and adoption of technology. We all know biotech is all about research and technology as well. We'd like to hear from you the revolutionary journey within your sector, and how did you evolve the digital landscape for your organization?
Thanks, Ninad. First of all, let me make you feel comfortable zone when we are talking with me as a biotech guy from a regular conventional medicine. Basically, by training, as I told you, I'm a neurosurgeon. Means my qualifications of training have taken place in a conventional medical journey in a standard medical school, and not in an innovative science, which is going to talk on a biological science or the biotech, which is bringing in the new horizon of medicine for all of us. Now, in fact, if you see the overall journey, why I took place and how we could make it more successful towards the patient-centric, is that the question remains, first of all, as we were going ahead in the medical science, we always came to know there are certain subjects, there are certain medicines, there are certain diagnostic conditions, which there are no solutions as on date. When you talk of like autoimmune conditions, we really don't have solutions. Then there are like diabetes, we really don't have solution. Cancers, we don't have solution. Genetic problems, we don't have solution. Developmental problem, we don't have solution. Aging problems, we don't have solution. And if you see overall towards the patient centrism, if you want, all these class of patients are totally neglected because they are not aware they can be treated. So my question came towards at the end of my journey in the medical science to understand how do I make a class of patients who are not knowing, neither the doctors who are treating them, not knowing how to improve the quality of life. Ultimately, any science, whether a biotech science or a standard medical journey or an physical energy science, the ultimate goal is patient-centric, that is patient satisfaction. How do I give a quality life to the patient, one? Second, how do I give extended quality of life to the patient? These are the two questions which always linger. That is why my journey started little bit going from a standard medical care, going to the possible new science that is called as a regenerative medicine or biotech science. Biotech science is a big umbrella. Actually, it's a huge umbrella under which we will cover the philosophy of regenerative medicine, stem cell science, and all other biological products which are derived from the cell-based products. Now, these products definitely change the outcome of all the diseases what I spoke, like cancers. We are getting the solutions now with the biotechnology coming into various vaccines like structure, like you can say dendritic vaccines or NK cell therapies or immunomodulation drugs, which are coming up like monoclonal antibodies. These one, like developmental disorders, which are related to aging process or early children's, which are having hyperactivity or autism or palsies, and degenerative conditions like Alzheimer or Parkinson. All these conditions were left alone and patients were suffering. So my science, like biotech science, is bringing close to the patient to find out how do we get the solution to this. In fact, looking at the journey, what I did is that I brought all these new sciences of biotechnology using regenerative medicine, taking close to the patient by using digital technologies. In my organization, how do I get to patient? Like how do I audiovisual programs, apps, giving them day-to-day information about the technology, what is going to happen, then getting into their outcomes of the patient, getting into the connect to the science which is evolving. These were some simple biological digital platforms which I used to bring the patients on their orientation and make them know that there's a zone which is new science coming up to get them a comfortable zone to improve their quality of life. That is how the journey of my started, and biotech started reaching to the people. Thank you, Ninath.
Excellent, doctor. I think very good insights from you, especially about the extended medical life and patient care and patient-centric understanding, and how can somebody evolve and provide this medical help to the patients. Thank you so much for giving us those insights. We'll come back to you, doctor, in some time. We'll move on to Mayank Gupta right now. Mayank is obviously the CFO of 1mg, not entirely in technologies, but today's day and age, as we know, I mean, every organization is a technology organization per se. So Mayank, as we know, 1mg is one of the market leaders in the online pharmacy space and always launches extremely innovative products. You being the CFO would be in the thick of things along with the other technology leadership within the organization in charting the next course of action for your digital landscape. I'm sure about that. It would be great if you can share your thoughts as to how online pharmacies can help the larger communities to cater to the medical needs.
Yeah, sure, Neha. So look, let me just give a few seconds on what we trying to solve. So for us, when we started this journey at 1mg, around 6 years ago, what we built our philosophy around the patient. I think our vision remains: how do we make firstly healthcare understandable, accessible and affordable to any patient in the country. On the first piece of understandable, we were the first in the country to digitize a lot of healthcare data. Let's say you go to a doctor and he prescribes you a few medicine. We have almost the entire database of all available medicines with side effects, with salt, with substitutes availability. That gives to a plain layman patient lot of extra data and information to make any wise decision. Similarly, if anybody goes for getting a lab test done, what are the pros and cons used based on your age, based on your lifestyle, what are the right tests to do? So I think that's one path which we have used to drive lot of change in and a patient-centric approach. Secondly, on accessible, I think we have used technology to make healthcare services available across the country. We have our 1mg pharmacy products available to the entire country. We currently ship to over 2,000 cities across the country, especially in sitting in Gurgaon, Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai. We don't see it. But if you look at tier 2, tier 3 towns, if you're getting quality medicines getting delivered at good prices within a finite amount of time, it's a very, very big positive. So we try to connect this accessibility across all our channels, and which I'll walk through. But net, we are making it accessible across the board, be a doctor consultation, be a lab test as well. We currently do lab tests in 40 plus cities. And lastly, on affordability, I think we try to keep costs in a very, very meaningful way, and which is really affordable to the consumer. Now, from a CFO perspective, I start our journey from customer. If let's say as a customer, as a patient, I get sick today and I'm not feeling well, I think 1mg covers this entire wing-to-wing healthcare need for any patient in the country, across the country. So it's starting with anybody can go for a lab test. Once the results are out and we send reports all digitally, a patient can do a teleconsult with a doctor. Doctors are available, across all streams of medicines, and can do video consultation and generate a prescription. And same patient can buy medicines from our platform, and of course have a repeat consultation and monitoring just digitally. So we think this entire chain solving digitally is a very, very big piece to the service of nation. As a finance guy, look, if we can solve for the consumer need, which we have been doing, and we want to just keep growing and go to the remotest part of the country, I think it solves financially as well, because anything which is good for the consumer at the end of the day will be good for the company as well.
All right, fantastic, Mayank. Those are pretty good insights as well. You spoke about the accessibility, availability, and of course, affordability of healthcare, especially when it comes to pharmacy and medicines and all. And I think you all are doing a great job in terms of providing all these facilities to the larger community, especially during this pandemic situation. We'll come back to you, Mayank. Let's kind of shift our focus to Sai here. Sai, during your illustrious career, you've implemented several path-breaking concepts, especially in the context of primary and secondary sales. You have rich and diverse experience spanning several countries, including Latin America, of course, apart from India. It will be great if you can share with us your observations between India and other countries, especially in the context of opportunities within the pharma sector.
Thanks, Ninad. I'll go from a little bit basic, basically. If you look at India and versus Latin America, India is a country with 37 to 39 states, and we, although living in one land and having different states, but our government rules are with president and prime minister rules, and we speak one language, that is our common language, Hindi and English, and having several regional languages. Just compared to the Latin America, there are 44 smaller island and smaller phase of countries from Mexico till Argentina. If you see, entire 47 or 48 countries are having their own presidential rules, because they are separated countries and ruled by Spanish speaking countries. They are much more developed nation compared to our developing countries working style. I'll bring in a small business era. If you look at our India pharmaceutical business, we are growing at $1.9 billion and a CAGR of 39% by 2023 will reach. But if you just compare to the same population or lesser than population in Latin America, from Argentina to till the Mexico down, they are now crossing more than $98 billion market, including Brazil's market. You know why? Because of the government's for across another 15 to 20 years, the medical setup. Let me come back to here that when we are talking about pharmaceutical or medicine, that is only not that selling the medicine, or not that selling or taking care of the healthcare. Healthcare industry comprises of hospitals, pharmaceutical APIs, formulations, medical device, clinical trials, outsourcing, telemedicine. Just Mr. Mayank Gupta explained that how they are taking care of their patient-centric and reaching to the patient and all the data solving everything. I'll bring it that. Then medical tourism, health insurance, medical equipment, all these are well geared up in this developed nation. We must learn from them, and how before or after this pandemic, what we learned, we must implement immediately and adopt the artificial intelligence or telemedicine setup or robotic surgeries by mingling with the developed countries, and where we can start our own setup in India itself. What I can say, we are not far behind them, but only we are here to how we can get implement with the government's holdings, and I can say the privatization IT sector, if they can cross joint hand with the government people, and they can start to implement and go to each and every regional, every village, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 city. That way we can more increase of our reach to the people, patient, everything. Now, if you talk about the Latin America, how and why they are more successful, because they do spend money out of their own income, and they spend almost 70 to 80% on the healthcare. They are much more geared up. It doesn't mean that I will get sick, so then I go for production and I get the medicine to the people. No, they know in the next 1 to 3 year or 10 year, what are the products they need. With the artificial intelligence or with the data centric, they know that these are the consumption maybe happen. It doesn't mean that you are not sick or you are sick, so you need to produce the medicine that way. So they are well geared up to get ready with the setup. And I can say we should learn from the developed nations the way they're doing the business, and the way they get ready by themselves, and to get implementation of these IT and technologies, and that way we can be much more secured in this coming years.
All right, Sai, thank you so much. Excellent thoughts, sharing the differences between India and other nations, especially in Latin America. I think your insights about almost 44 countries, it's absolute simply mind-boggling, wherein they have their own presidential rules and so on and so forth. And the thought about telemedicine is the new thing for all of us to understand and implement. I think India needs to understand also and check with the other nations and see their advantages and the benefits as well. So thank you so much for sharing these thoughts. I think we will now again shift our focus and we'll just reject the we'll go to Rishi as well now. Rishi, as we know nowadays, all businesses are striving hard to reduce customer efforts and make everything very easy for them. It's all about customer centric, customer focus. You are richly experienced in customer data platforms and creating centers of excellence in the highly competitive pharma industry. In your experience, what are the benefits driven by digital transformation according to you? Which technologies reduce overall customer efforts and why?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. Let me tell you, because I believe, we are glad that we have a mix of panelists over here. 1 milligram is there, researcher is there, the marketer is there. So I believe that if we really want to take the healthcare to every nook and corner of the country, it is through digitization. So that is something which is very, very important. And number two, in case really, if we really want to engage the patients, the initiatives have been taken by the government of India and the corporates, but still there is a lot to do in India, because as of now there is a big gap in the sector with respect to the talent which is available, which is digital talent. So coming back to your question that what are the benefits for digital transformation, particularly from the corporate sector, I will say that I will share my own story over here, that we had introduced one initiative called Wi-Fi clinics. Coming to the small store, the large story small, we did it that we created the cohorts within the doctor's clinic, and the patients would come and they will log into that Wi-Fi, and they will be able to have the patient education within the doctor's chamber itself. So it saved a lot of headache of the doctor to explain about the disease, because there were a lot of questions in the mind of a doctor. Just to give an example, if there is a patient on diabetes and you have gone to an endocrinologist or a diabetologist, once these days patients many times they read beforehand, but at the same time, what are the concern areas which has to be addressed before the doctor diagnoses and prescribes? So all those questions are given in that patient education, nugget, I'll call it, in form of videos, infographics, and also PDFs. So patients are able to read before going to the doctor. As a result, it made the diagnostic part as well as the prescription part for the doctor much easier. So this is something which was highly appreciated by the doctors, particularly from the patient's point of view. Second part I would like to highlight here is that, as Mayank mentioned, we introduced a concept called, telemedicine, particularly during the COVID times. And many of the doctors, they were benefited out of it. Because let me share with you, one of the biggest, hiccup in the medical profession still is digital teleconsulting. Patients still like to be touched, in Indian scenario. Globally, it has gone, but now COVID has forced them to go through teleconsulting. So that is where it is happening. So we help them, because touch today is, it is sin. If you touch particularly a COVID patient, it is pretty painful kind of thing, and you can spread those aspects. So teleconsulting, telemedicine was highly appreciated, and that is something which we rolled it out. Not only that, just we are not leaving it to teleconsulting, but we are giving analytics to the doctor about the patients and their single. That will help serve his patients much better, his or her patients. So thank you very much.
All right, Rishi, thank you so much for those insights. I think your thoughts about Wi-Fi clinics and engaging the customers through and patients through these Wi-Fi clinics, the cohorts within that entire clinic also definitely help, and the concept of telemedicine, and primarily about you talking about touch is sin nowadays, and that's another thing aspect which everybody is now looking forward to, and that's helped the digital transformation by default. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Rishi. If I can ask you to share at least one key takeaway that will help all of us in the respective journeys. I'm sure the delegates and the audience here would like to understand. Just one liner takeaway from you.
My takeaway is that, today, I will say that, you mean to say my takeaway?
Yes, any takeaway that you would want to kind of mention it to the audience here, so that it will help them in their journeys as well, the way it has helped you.
Absolutely. My takeaway is that, today, because of COVID, there's a lot of awareness which has happened in the common public with respect to hygiene, as well as teleconsulting, as well as, the healthcare part. So this is a golden opportunity for corporates as well as for the government to roll out initiatives which can, really benefit and help us achieve the targets of healthy India. So, we have to, jointly, that is what I learned from 1MG and the, my esteemed panelists, Dr. Mahajan and Mr. Patro, that today is a golden opportunity for us to launch those initiatives which can help us reach every nook and corner of the country. But my question to you panelists is that, what are you thinking to roll out such kind of initiatives? 1 milligram I can understand, but let me ask Mr. Patro and Dr. Mahajan that what are your initiatives which you think we can help make India healthy?
All right, so we'll come back to those questions. What are the initiatives as well as we go along? Thank you so much for your time, Rishi, and we'll come back as well. And probably the next in line, obviously, is Sai. Sai, you can also answer and respond to Rishi's question. So Sai, as we know, supply chain is a very critical element within the pharma sector. Can you help us understand more about the intelligence we can bring to the entire process of supply chain management, and how can it be further evolved?
Excellent. Thanks, Ninath. And thanks, Mr. Rishi. I'll give a very good answer to your requirement questions after this supply chain issues. Okay. Ninath, when we talk about supply chain, we only think that just load the goods and it go to the destination and it release the goods and it go to the end consumer. No, not like that. Supply chain means that how our thought, thinking process, work, knowledge, product, consultations, everything reach to the end consumer. Ultimately, who are the end consumer? The patient, the people who consume the products, or the people who consume the materials to give a finished formulations kind of, that way. If you just again compare to our place and to the other countries. Why I'm bringing the concept of theirs from the developed countries, because I lived there last 11 years. I know that how they live, how they think. They want what is going to be happen in next 5 year or 10 year. Just look at the situation of pandemic. If something happened, we don't know, right? But if we would have been a populated country with a developing nation, we feel or we do something as a selfish kind of that my business, my profitability, my growth stays. But we are never thinking that how my India will grow, how my India's economy will grow, how much I can contribute for India. So that way, if we think that implementation along with the government's association, how we can implement this artificial intelligence, or maybe the IT sector built up to get rid. Example, one doctor or one hospital, they should know, they should gear up with what is happening. In example, we are in Mumbai. Let's say what is happening in Hyderabad patients or Kerala patients or maybe West Bengal. If this data centric, hospital wise, pharmacy wise, or maybe doctor wise, if data can be stored and can be shared each other, it will be much more easier for the person who is treating or the person who is attending to each and every patient basically. That way, one way we can gear up. From today we learned it. Why not to spread those things with development, with the help of the IT era. Second is that we know that when we sick, we start to do the production. Why not to keep, yes, this type of medicines are required. Let's gear up the production, and no matter what, if it is a expired product after 2 year or 3 year or 6 months, it doesn't matter, because always we try to contribute the money towards the government, either way from the tax form or from the private sector. So those money will be added to those costs, and that way the products need to be supplied to entire India and stored in the hospital level, not in the C&F level. Third, there should be a data centric to track what type of diseases are upcoming or currently usable, and those diseases can be cured from what type of medicines. So that need to be addressed to the hospitals, so the doctor know that yes, I'm going to prescribe these are the medicines and these are the availability. That way I can define supply chain is a important topic where we should not avoid. It should not be avoidable, rather to be a priority number one. And coming back to Mr. Rishi's that takeaway and for the implementations, yes, we all as a responsible individuals and citizens of India, we need to write to government, and as well as inside our organization and employees, we should ask them, please implement as much can. But my take, one best point to my audience, my panelists and my all speakers here, is that I always repeat the same thing. Whatever we practice in past, we used to tell that you practice something 21 days, you will be success, or it will be repeated form from the 22nd day onwards. But I will tell you today, the line changed today. You practice everything for 5 days. I'm giving a very good formula, 5 days. You will see the success on the 6th day. And this is a takeaway to my all people and viewers, everyone. And this will give you excellent success. And one more thing, don't feel that in the pandemic we are at home. Rather that when we will go out, you will see we will go with a lot of knowledge and a lot of calmness, empathy, and we will give our 100% best in the marketplace, whether in the field or our own sector or any helping sector. So give and do service. Thank you.
All right, fabulous, Sai. I think those are very nice insights and sharing of thoughts as well. Sai says the success for mantra and success is 5 days of practice, and the sixth day you will definitely get the success and benefits out of this. Very good, Sai. Thank you so much. If we have time, we'll certainly circle back to you. We'll move on to our a neurosurgeon out here, doctor. I think you're wearing a good, very nice hat. We all like that. Thank you so much. uh, so, Doc, the COVID-induced pandemic has brought about unprecedented changes across the known world. We all know that, to the extent that we are forced to think differently, and the new normal has already set in. This has also brought the biotech industry to the forefront, wherein everyone is looking towards it as a practical savior. With this context, can you talk to us about the latest evolution that you see within the biotech sector? We'll also like to know about any pitfalls, if any, that one should look out for during the digital transformation of an organization. It would be great if you can recite few examples as well. Doctor, you're on mute.
Thanks, Ninad. The question is very long. The answer has to be very long, it seems like.
Sure.
We start the COVID and we are ending towards the pitfalls of the digitalization. Very well. The said story starts from the aspect of COVID. We all have a concept of last 1 year's experience. COVID-19, in fact, if you say, it has not only changed the way of life, it has also changed the way of thinking, way of possibility of the life. We all learned the life to live when we were knowing that without that we cannot live. Now we know we don't require many things, but still we can live. This is a gross change what we all learned from COVID-19. We have cut down so many things of our life and started living with a limited scope and find out, yes, COVID has taught us a lot of new things, definitely. But at the same time, COVID has made us limitations. As you said, with the current standard medical care, there are a lot of limitations, though we don't have a standard one of the drug, which can be called as a curative, which can control the disease, which can reduce the disease, which can reduce the morbidities, which can reduce the mortalities. We really don't have. 1998, 2020 has brought us to learn many things. Biotech becomes one of the part of it. But let me add, the science of these 2 years evolution to deal with the COVID has changed our lives by integrating all these sciences. What I would say rather, there are a few of my colleagues who spoke about digitalization, telemedicines. Yes, there are applications of this science, but at the same time, there are new sciences which were added along with the biotech. These are called the physical energies, which have given the outcome of the disease in a very different direction. Now, on this platform, where all this we are going to talk, how do I make these changes patient-centric? Because there are many wrong myths spreading amongst the people about the disease. There are many wrong myths spreading about the treatments, many wrong myths going about the future of the disease, how it is going to be for 2 years, 3 years, comorbid or post-COVID periods. These are all challenges which we are looking. At the same time, we would also have to see then when the new science we are talking to come into picture, the part of regulation, which plays an important, though it's a COVID to deal with the question of dealing with the critical emergencies, then regulations also we have to consider here as a major part. The global scenario in the world, it has become a small village which is sharing the entire data from every developed country to underdeveloped countries. Yes, Mr. Sai, which was quoting about the sharing of data, which is coming from digitalization, which has got a very important role to standardize the treatment protocols. Now, these protocols, those which are shared, are giving, since the novel virus, COVID-19 is a novel virus, it has got very typical character of spread, that is influential through air or touch or whatever we call. Now it has added with one more disease that is in fungus, that is black fungus, again spreading disease. Look around, all these are spreading disease, communicable diseases. Once upon a time, we never thought we would have the end up of the earth by spreading communicable disease. We used to think of lifestyle diseases. We used to think of lifestyle diseases. Now the scenario has gone back to understanding of the COVID-19. In fact, if you say the biotechnology, which has come up as suddenly up, as in my words, I describe it as we have our own repelling tools. Biotech works on the biological science. Now, to make it patient-centric, I would say rather, there are a lot of ways I have described. How do I make this new science approachable to the common man, pass through regulation process, and treat the disease which is not in general, but the target organs which are involved. If you see in COVID, the target organ is lungs. And we have a policy of using all known drugs or biological drugs to treat the entire body, whereas we have more morbidity and mortality. So as TMRX, we have done a wonderful research to make it reach to the patient through our teleconferences, through our digitalization, and through our apps to reach to understand how do we target the lung by using only a molecule which is called as a platelet in the body, which is very more important healing factor and repairing factor, which is required for the COVID in the lungs through nebulization technology, where we bring lyophilization of the platelets in the nebulizer, like which you use for diseases like asthma or bronchial asthmas or bronchial diseases, and nebulize the patient. Now, the factors which are released from these kind of molecules, they target the lungs where I will not use a lot of scientific word, but definitely I have to make you understand where the oxygen changes. At that level, the changes take place. So these technologies, which we are thinking, biotech one, then using various cell components like mesenchymal cells, natural killer cells, or which are the products of biotech, monoclonal antibodies, or even the vaccines, which are coming as a biotech products. They do play a major role in reaching the common man. And the global platform sharing the data, sharing the technologies of these is changing the entire scenario, whereby if you see in India itself, where in last 2 months, we are getting a proper declining line of infectious diseases or the growth rate also. In spite having a thick population, where the reverse thing were in the Western countries. So I believe biotech with the regulatory conditions, where I was a part of regulations of the Government of India, which are giving an experimental therapies permission of biotechnologies or any kind of vaccines or any kind of new biotech drugs, monoclonal antibodies. These experimental part is changing the regulation applications to change the future for the COVID patients. Now the second scenario which is going to come for COVID after a few days is a post-COVID syndrome or post-COVID life, which is still more bad than this. So we have to be prepared using biotech, where regenerative science to repair, to regenerate the organs using the biotech technologies. How do we improve the damaged lung? How do we improve my damaged brain? How do we improve my damaged skin, muscles? How do I increase my damaged bones? Are these concepts which we are looking through these biotech applications in the future to reach, to make it to people-centric, population-centric, because COVID has not remained a disease of individual or a limited number of people, because it has become a social disease reaching to every person of the community. So that is how I look. We could look digitalization, but there are challenges. Let's talk the challenges subsequently whenever I have an opportunity to share with you to reach, to understand the pitfalls of this. And if you ask me, Doc, what do you want to say about to carry away as a message to the audience, to my viewers, and to my participant speakers? Remember, the COVID has changed our life from what we don't want to what we want. So we live with the message that what we need is more important and we forget what we don't want. This is my takeaway message, and make your lives more healthier by putting COVID has asked to change your bad habits to healthy habits. And biotech takes as a lifesaver.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor, for sharing all those insights. Pretty good. There are a lot of learnings and insights on that, especially about the myths. You spoke about the myths going around, and especially post this particular COVID, there will be a COVID specific syndrome as well, post-COVID syndrome, and live healthier lives. That is the mantra for any success for anybody, right? So thank you so much, Doctor. We will now shift our focus towards Mayank. Mayank, as someone who controls organizational finances, in your opinion, do you consider technology as a cost center or a profit center? And this is a question that everybody asks. Would you rather invest in marketing, which brings in larger revenues, or invest in technology? And of course, why? What would be your advice to technology leaders across the pharma sector?
Yeah. So look, I think at the outset, Ninad, I think in the old world, technology or IT team at that time used to be definitely cost centers when at least we were growing up early stage of our career. As we see today, and as we see future, I think clearly the role of IT from data processing and data management has really evolved to actually solving for all legs of organizations across every piece from customer to the supply chain and to the cost and profitability. So we clearly think and believe technology is actually a big enabler and actually is a profit center. And I'll give you a few examples on how technology does make an impact and should make an impact. So if you start with, let's say, customers, right? How do one, you solve customer need, and then how you solve business need by, increasing your volumes up. So I think the technology team can really help us use the power of data, firstly creating the right product and systems, which is easy to download. Start with, let's say, a app which is like less MB, right? Which is downloadable. Secondly, making that entire experience very easy to find new things. So as an example, let's say anybody who buys anything on 1mg app or our web portal, he or she goes next time, it can see the list of past order items. So that person don't need to go through every single thing again and again and type it out. Okay, that's seem like very simple, but actually is a very big change, because most people are chronic patients, so they end up buying same sort of medicine month on month. So that will just help us make our experience easier. And like that, there are like dozens of use cases to solve on the consumer side. Now, if you come on the supply chain side, how technology can actually drive profitability around it. So so example, let's say we need to serve 2,500 cities across the country and more. I think that the few metrics which anybody needs is like, what is the speed, right? Whether the product is available, and then what is the speed of making that product reachable to that consumer, and how do we predict? So we use technology to firstly, partner with our marketplace, make sure product is available in those locations and based on the need. So let's say South India may not need, products required in winter season. Similarly, we have an algorithm engine which technology team has built, which can predict which cities we are seeing, COVID spreading, and which cities we are seeing COVID reducing, just by the extent of search engines and the type of medicine and products getting ordered. So that helps us plan our products, supply chain, way to partner with the marketplace to solve the inventory, and of course, all that stuff ultimately boils down to cost and profit, right? So if you can solve, it will help us, in the entire marketplace ecosystem, optimize the inventory, take the shortest path from A to B, so that optimize the logistics cost. Yeah, keep what material what customer need, so it help us rotate the entire working capital cycle in a very fast manner. So technology can really play a huge role solving all legs of an organization. My advice to technology leaders, which is the second part of your question, would be at least have, in my view, two core things. One, anything which you are trying to solve and investing new, we need to figure out the impact on the consumers and the bottom line for the company. So there has to be a ROI kind of an orientation. Any investment we do, because a lot of times technology is a long-term investment, and a lot of organizations say, look, do we need to invest or not? So I think we end up taking a decision, or at least in the non-technology companies, they keep thinking what is the ROI, and sometimes it's a leap of faith. I think it's proven fact globally that anything which is repeatable, which improves experience for the customer, will any investment in that to automate and enhances the efficiency, of course, will make it is definitely impact on the bottom line. So my advice would be, one, be partner, should be like business enablement. The IT leaders should talk to the consumer, should talk to the supply chain partners, figure out which are the gaps which should be fixed, and go back, create products which solve both sides, and do partner with the CFOs and see which are the pain areas, which are the highest cost items, which are the areas which needs revenue growth, and how IT can support it.
Great, Mayank. Thanks for sharing those thoughts as well. Mayank says, really partner with the business, partner with the finance leadership, so that together the organizations can succeed and benefit from the collaborative approach. So thank you so much, Mayank. If you can also, it would be great if you can also share a key takeaway for our audience from your side.
Yeah, so look, I think the last thing I would say is this digital transformation and the overall adoption of technology is really fast tracked in at least the healthcare sector, at least by if not more, by at least 5 years, right? Just because of COVID, even from getting approval, slot selection of COVID, right? Imagine people in tier 2, tier 3 who don't even have a smartphone, downloading the app and booking and then going. So I think the overall environment there's a huge amount of digital adoption happening, and it's really fast tracked. I think as the entire ecosystem of healthcare companies, I think we must embrace it. And at the end of the day, figure out what do we need to do. And I think all panelists talked about, creating those vaccines and medicines which are not required today, but will require in future, investing ahead in, solving chronic diseases and things like that. I think as an entire ecosystem, since there's a huge change happening, I think we must be embracing this and actually figuring out what else is still the need. And how can that technology can go to the bottom of the pyramid, so that person's life is made much easier.
All right, thank you, Mayank, for sharing those thoughts and the takeaway for our audience here. Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end of the panel sort of a discussion. In fact, that was quite a power-packed discussion on the hottest topic within the pharma circles, which is obviously a technology surrounding the business. I'm sure all of you would have gained important insights into strategies, planning, and what do we need to be mindful about whilst embarking on your journeys. I guess we have some time for taking questions, probably just sufficient time for taking one question at least. I'm sure our panel of experts would be happy to address any questions that the audience may have. I'm opening the forum for any questions, although we have one question already with us, and I'll just quickly bring up that question for you. And I'll request any of these panelists or any of the 4 panelists here to take up this question and respond to this question, please. Here it is. How do we inject more innovation and technology into pharma's industry and manufacturing supply chain? I'll repeat that. How do we inject more innovation and technology into pharma industry and manufacturing supply chain? Does anybody wants to come forward amongst the panelists to take this question, please?
Well, I can take it up. If Mr. Patro allows me. If it's
after you.
So let me share with you that there's a lot to be done. There are a lot of plans which are there, discussed about it with respect to supply chain, right from the planning stage to the supply of the product in the market. Everything can be digitized, and there are some things which have already been done where the technologies like RPA, artificial intelligence, machine learning, they have already been introduced in the supply chain thing. At the same time, blockchain. We are using blockchain to track our strips and the vials in the market. Number one is to track it. Number two, to avoid the spurious medicines, which is a second biggest problem in the market. So that is the digitization in supply chain. is the next big thing. Some of the companies, like multinational companies, they are already having the systems in place, like Novartis or Pfizer. But in Indian companies, this thing is starting. And as I think Mayank was talking about, that the newer pharma companies, the newer digital pharma companies, they are already integrating it with. But the existing pharma companies, they need to, you know, upskill and upgrade their systems with this kind of technologies. So right from the research, I mean, just an example is that, you know, the research of COVID vaccine has come in much shorter time than the previous vaccines. Similarly, the technology can be used in there. But before I hand it over to Mr. Patro, I like to make one statement here that, you know, whatever technology we bring in, you know, I suffered from corona. You know, I was admitted in a hospital, but I had to really run pillar to post for the treatment at the same time during checkout of the hospital. So is the technology helping a common man? That is very, very important question, which I like to leave with you all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Sai, do you have any thoughts?
Few points only. This is a very interesting thing. You just asked that whether we spend money on the marketing or in the technology. I'll say that it was in marketing. It will be in the marketing, but some funds need to be reallocated, and on immediate basis implementation of technology into IT sector has to be there. Why? Because people were or now are already empowered, but they are non-digitalization, no. So we need to give them the gadgets, whether they are in the home or the field or the reachable or non-reachable. There should not be a segregation of the you can say like that manager or assistant manager or GM or anyone. Everybody is belong to the organization, so they need to gear up with the gadgets now, plus with empowerment, so they can take the decision and they can implement immediately, which will be much more beneficial for the corporations. Automatically it will be profitable. So that I wanted to bring to the forum. And as well as in the supply chain wise, yes, machine learning, artificial intelligence to get the data storage, where what we need, where we are lacking, from where need to be procurement and where need to be dispatched. This type of applications has to be implemented. Now email and waiting for the responses and again email approval, it will not help. You need the gadgets and I can be simplified only one line. When we go to office, we get a very good high-speed internet to work there for 8 hours and we come back. But why not right now we can provide the same data speed to our all employees by staying at home. They can anytime attend to our mails or decisions or maybe respond to the things. So that way we can improve our digitization. Thank you.
All right, Sai, thank you so much. I think it was great understanding, and thanks for responding to the audience question, both Rishi and Sai. Really grateful for that. With that, I would like to thank our panelists for sharing their valuable experiences and providing us deep insights around the groundbreaking technologies in the pharma sector. I, along with the expert panelists, would also like to thank all of you for joining this session and making it an inclusive, interactive session. Although I would have liked to field more questions if we had more time on this particular session. Finally, a big thank you to the GovConnect team for organizing and inviting us to the National SME CXO Conclave. Thank you, Sai. Thank you, Rishi. Thank you, Mayank. And thank you, Dr. Pradeep Mahajan, for coming on board and sharing your thoughts and insights with us. Thank you so much. Over to the host, Fahim.
Thank you, Rinath.
Thank you, Mr. Rajay, for the wonderful moderation. I have a particular question for you. Like, there are lots of small pharma companies that cannot afford to have CIOs. So what should be the benchmark that they should follow? Am I audible to you?
Can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, there are lots of small pharma companies that cannot afford to have CIOs. So what should be the benchmark that they should follow in order to protect their data or in order to protect their research?
See, good question. I'm sorry. Can I, Mr. Shishi? Yeah. See, that is why there is come MSME. Now, small scale industries, government already announced for especially for the pharmaceutical or healthcare related and even COVID related, any business you do, already they are sanctioning between 2 to 5 CR. Money can be allotted to each and every corporation immediately, so they can pay back that money within 5 to 10 years of their business plan if they can present it. That way they can secure, first of all, that payment back to the banks in a span of years, and they know that I need to implement, otherwise the bankers are going to watch me. So that way, whatever the money sanctioned by government and MSME, they should take it immediately, and much more, rather to put that product into the products, they can allocate some of the budget for the IT or technology where they can implement immediately to get best results. If I'm wrong, maybe panelists can correct me.
May I totally second your thoughts, Mr. Patro, that there are a lot of opportunities government has opened up. Plus, at the same time, there are SMEs and MSMEs with the very unique and innovative technologies, which the small pharma companies they can use it. Because I keep on dealing with many of the vendors, and today, rather than going to, we have specific projects which we need to go to Accenture or Bain and Company or BCG, but at the same time, there are other projects also where startups are coming at a very cost-effective, projects. So that is where, without taking the names of the companies, there are cost-effective technologies available for small and medium-sized pharma companies, and they should definitely invest. I think the means of investment, Mr. Patro has already explained to you.
Thanks, Mr. Ji. One more point I would like to bring, Farhan. See, it's a vice versa. When we feel that corporation has to buy the technology, sometime right now the technology company also has to think some business plan to join this type of small scale industries, to tie up with them and tell them, hey, I'm providing the technology. In your coming business era, please get me a partnership. On your earnings, please keep on paying me 5 to 10% of your profit, or 2%, 3%, like we people get agents, commission, consultants. So that way, technology company also need to be open up. It doesn't mean that the technology company only sell the product and they forget it and with the services. They can tie up and they can open up the business platform with this angle also. So it will be both help to each entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and if I may
In
just
fact,
add,
I would like to add something here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
In fact, I would like to add something here. Well, the smaller technology companies or pharma companies, as was being discussed right now, how do they put up their into competitive levels of the high-tech companies and the larger companies, pharma companies? Now, in fact, my own experience, I would say rather, my company, StemRx, is a biotech company, which is just a little startup in the last 5, 6 years. When you develop a technology, when you bring a product of yours, the technology comes through your idea. And the idea brings into existence to customize them, to reduce the cost, to reach to the maximum people, to get the effectiveness and to improve the quality of life. All these technologies are based around this product, this kind of philosophy. There are many of our major companies who are, as such, Mr. Sai was suggesting right now, probably a tie-up or a shareholding, or probably a long tie-up, what you can say, joint ventures with such companies, where they can bring your ideas and concepts which are brought up to an existence for a trial study, for a pilot study, and bringing to the maximum public level. That is one of the products which of mine, like I told you, lyophilization of the platelets has been one of the products to target the lung disease of the COVID based. Again, this idea was conceived by me last 1 year. I was working on the target-oriented or a treatment for the COVID disease instead of going for the drugs which are going to be systemically applied intravenous or orally like tablets, whereas the target was a lung disease. And so we came with the idea of having lyophilized powder. We brought the technology on a small scale and we tied up with a major pharma company where they could take it to the public after regulatory approvals. So I think that's a fairly good idea, which a small companies, medium companies, through MSMEs, they can have an access path to all those global pathways and move into global part with sharing equivalent partners as we share the technology. Thank you.
In case you have time, just I'll add 10 seconds. So, the one simple rule I'll give is, I think once you achieve a minimum scale, and tough to define that number, that could be 100 crore revenue, could be a 200 crore revenue, and company can afford it, that's a time you should get a CIO. I think till that time, the founder or the CEO should be the CIO as well, and should leverage mentors in the industry, as well as, probably leverage external consultants as we spoke.
I think that's a very good situation.
Yeah, thank you everyone for answering this question. So we are closing this panel right now. It's already late. Thank you, Nanda, for the wonderful presentation. Thank you for all the speakers for joining us at GovConnect National SME Virtual Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Anshu.
Hi, good afternoon.
How are you?
Very good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Welcome, Radhika. Welcome, Mr. Samir. I request everyone to check their webcam and mic. Radhika, can you switch on your camera and your microphone? If we can go. Yeah. Hi, welcome.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Surviving in these difficult days.
So, Anshu, let everyone join in and we'll start in another 15 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. I have logged in just now.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Hello, everyone. Hi. I thought, before the session starts, I can see everybody's here, so we could have a quick chat.
Sure.
And also, I think people who are on mute can also check their mic if you want.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
This is me. Is it okay?
Yes, Radhika.
Fantastic. Good.
Great.
Amit here.
Try to have come
Yes,
up.
Amit, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
I am really wondering, two instances have come up. I don't know whether it is from my mobile.
Samir sir, how come we are seeing two of you?
Yeah, that's what I am also wondering.
I mean, good, lucky you.
But I'm not able to start my video. I don't know.
Oh.
There's something wrong. It says that you cannot start here because the host has stopped it. I don't know.
Okay, let's see. Maybe you can log out and log back in.
Okay. Okay, now here I am.
Yes.
I think
Now we
this
can
new
see.
one, I can stop it or I can ask it to quit. I don't know.
We can see you now.
Yeah, that's it. So, hello everybody.
Hello.
Hello. So, what do you do, Samir sir?
I am the CEO, Chairman and MD of Complex Solutions. We are an IT company.
Okay.
We have our own brands called PowerBooks, which is equivalent to Tally on Cloud functionally. And we have PowerForce platform, which is on the Salesforce platform. Further, we have Power Energy, Power Sales, Power Consumer, Power Pharma products, which are integrated with and available on Microsoft Azure and things like that. We are also professional services provider in IT and global systems integrator. We implement SAP, Epicor, Acumatica, and various other ERP products.
I understand. Yeah.
Sounds very interesting.
I heard about Prerna. She's fantastic. Her line of thing is really nice. You can talk about it, Prerna.
Thank you so much. Thank you. But if I just share it right now, then we'll have to repeat the same thing.
Yeah, EcoFloor is very interesting, and I think that the trend has just started. In terms of awareness towards sustainable consumerism and conscious consumerism. So I think, sky's the limit for you to scale this business.
We have been working since like 4 years now, since 2016, and I believe this entire pandemic has been in terms of numbers and finances, obviously like tourism industry is closed down, but in the terms of awareness, it has been a boon for us, a big boon, because now people have realized this oxygen shortage and everything have forced people to think about nature, and that will surely help us in our business now, because we are working towards sustainability and sustainability. So people have started to think about nature, about environment, and there is a shift which is happening in their choices, in their day-to-day lifestyle, and that is so somewhere the pandemic has played a good role too.
And it's not only just this pandemic. Honestly, I think what we will see in our lifetime with the way climate change has been handled, God forbid, but I think there is going to be more serious consequences that we'll have to face, and it will keep changing the mindset towards these climate change mitigation and adaptation initiatives. So yeah, all the best. And plus, domestic tourism is getting a lot of leverage.
And there is going to be a shift for sure in the domestic tourism industry. People
already happened, yeah.
People no longer want to go to the mainstream hotels, which are like typical, which are very concrete, and you get them.
Oh yes, absolutely, yeah. Because also that was driven by the international tourism, which was also a big role, and also the business travelers that come, so they would always look for the convenience of hotels, 5-star hotels. But right now, domestic tourism is basically getting out of the city, to a cleaner, greener space, and then staying locked down there. So the kind of products that you have displayed, under EcoFloor is perfect. I think, even I was like, what am I doing?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I hope you all, in your next vacation planning, you'll give a consideration to EcoFloor.
For sure.
Definitely. I liked it.
What about you, Amit? So you've been with Sunvik Steels and Sunvik Steels, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And how's your role, changed during this year?
A lot of things have changed. As she was mentioning that the pandemic has given us an opportunity also to explore and see where we can improve. So entire operations, I think we have taken a decision to automate, especially the plant side, because we're very much labor intensive, and because of the exodus of the labor class, we suffered a lot. But then after the automation, we have started, things are moving fine. And it's like though initial costs are high, but long run, we see that we'll get the benefit out of it.
Yes.
Even the sales and marketing thing, what we were doing earlier, has not remained the same. Digital platform has helped us a lot. I would say that.
Superb. And I think the initial investment, it's rather an investment than cost, actually, which you would realize.
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to help you mitigate the cost rather.
Definitely.
Yeah, hi, Anshu. So can we start the panel? Everyone has joined it? Yeah.
Sure.
So, okay. So I welcome you all at GovConnect National SME CXO Conclave Panel Discussion 3, Challenges and Opportunities Post-Pandemic, Reviving SMEs via Digital Transformation. So moderator for today's panel is Anshu Anand, founder, Anshu Anand and advisors. Anshu Anand, over to you. You can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you are doing well and your family, everybody is well. It's such a pleasure to be able to have a discussion with all of you on the topic of digital transformation, which is in fact going through a revolution time right now. And this is something which can actually help us pivot our small and medium businesses towards a more scalable way to grow and create possibly a global impact rather than just being limited towards a particular region. And besides, I think having better accountability and more customer satisfaction, employee satisfaction. Digital transformation basically is giving us a tool to leverage our business processes in a way which we haven't imagined before. It makes things very efficient. So I would like to learn more about all of your experiences, and we'll start with a small round of introductions. So if you could, all of you could give us a brief about yourself and what your company is about and what are the key offerings that your company is bringing to the market. Arif, can you please tell us about something about Sports Oodles? It sounds very interesting, and so how's your journey been?
Yeah, so Sports Oodles is a sports management and a sports IP developing firm. So currently we are running 2 sports leagues in India. One is AIPS Cricket League, which is like Indian Public Sector Cricket League. We have companies like Reserve Bank of India, ONGC, Indian Oil, BSNL, MTNL, all these around 16 PSUs who are playing for this league. And we have players like all IPL players are there. Even ex-Indian players are there. Amit Mishra is there, Munaf Patel is there, Praveen Kumar, Ishant Sharma. These all players are participating in this league. Due to pandemic, yeah, it's not happening since like 2 years. 2 seasons we have skipped for this league. And another league I'm running is the Punch Boxing League. It's a professional boxing series in India, which is sanctioned by Indian Boxing Council. And we have like broadcasters from around the world. We have one sports TV channel from India. We have NBC Sports from US. We have KOTV from UK. So we have around 23 broadcasters for the Punch Boxing, and we have reach audience of around 150 million for the Punch Boxing. And we have already done shows in Delhi, in Dehradun, Goa, Mumbai, and Jaipur, Greater Noida. And we are coming again with our next show in August in Gurgaon. So I'm working on these two leagues and promoting sports in India currently. And yeah, due to pandemic, there are lots of problems that we have faced, like canceling of event permissions and everything, gate revenues. So, and but the positive side is like we got global audience, we got global broadcasters, we got all these increase in the visibility of our audience and a fan following, because lots of audience are on internet now. So that's a positive side of sports content that we are doing currently.
That's great. That sounds interesting, and we'll go through, the challenges and opportunities, in, very soon in the next segment. Akshata, we would like to know something about, sports Khabri. If you could tell us, how your journey has been, and what are the key offerings of your company?
Hi Anshu, hi everybody else. I hope everybody's keeping safe and beautiful times. I'm Akshita, co-founder of Sports Khabri. Sports Khabri is a sports news website that we brought to life in September 2020. So we were born during the pandemic, you can say. Though we cover all kinds of sports news, our USP is sports endorsement and sponsorship news. So ours is the only platform in the world where one can find the sponsorship relevant data of all sports teams, clubs, and sports personalities. The idea was to be very inclusive, including all possible sports persons and the concerned affiliates and associations in this entire database. Apart from that, like
Can anyone hear Akshita? Because I'm unable to hear her.
Yes. Akshata, we are not able to hear you properly. Your voice disappears after a while.
I don't know. Is it better now?
Yes.
I'll try to be louder. Should I start from the beginning then?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I am Akshita, co-founder of Sports Khabri. Sports Khabri is a sports news website that we launched in September 2020. So one can say that, we were born during the pandemic. Though we cover all kinds of sports news, our niche or our USP is sports sponsorships and endorsements. So ours is the only platform in the world where one can find sponsorship relevant data of all the sports teams, clubs, and sports personality. The idea is to be very inclusive. Including all sports persons, and the concerned affiliates and associations in this entire database that we are trying to build. Through Sports Khabri, what we also want to do is reach out to sports personalities and specific sports that are not very popular in India right now. So we want to encourage young talent. We want to encourage sports personalities who are trying to, find a space in this country that is purely dominated by cricket. So this is just, a small gist of what we do at Sports Khabri.
Thank you. Sanam, Nano Serendipity is, a very fascinating company. I spent a lot of time on your website. Please tell us something about yourself and the key offerings of your company.
Yes, thank you very much, Anshu, and everyone here. Hello. I would love to introduce myself first. This is Sanam, and someone who's very curious, versatile, and someone who's so innovative and would love to solve industry challenges sustainably. We at Nano Serendipity Consortium We are a global technology organization into eco-friendly, cost-effective, and energy-efficient nano-coating products and surfaces for multiple surfaces like glass, metal, marble, solar panels, and metals, and many other leather and other surfaces to reduce the carbon footprint. So our current portfolio of clients we do have is Taj Mahal Palace, which is our recurrent client. Then we have Aditya Birla Science and Technology Center, where we have innovated with a very unique nano composite heat insulation, kind of a composite for the glass heat insulation, where it has been very effective with 90% of the sunlight being reflected back, with winter and summer benefits. And apart from that, we have other portfolio of clients like Ramada and many five-star hotels, and a recent client with Della Resorts, where we have helped them save 90 lakhs of electricity as well as chemical savings. These are very magical super hydrophobic coatings, which are also used for B2C, services like in your personal cars. Also, you can use before the rainy season. You can apply on your car windshield, so it doesn't have to work. Automatically the water will be repelling down with a mercury effect. So you can see that magical super hydrophobic effect there. You can see the scratch resistance. You can see the water repellency, the photocatalytic effect, and multiple other, chemical related effects. That's about it.
Brilliant. So I'll just like to give a context to this, basically, the glass buildings, which have been a trend in the past decade, is a waste of energy. It wastes a lot of electricity. And what, her company is suggesting is a technology which is enabling the owners utilize the energy that is getting wasted.
Right, absolutely. In fact, yes, we are utilizing the North America Energy Saving Calculator, which with an area of 160,000 square feet, the buildings have got an efficiency of saving anywhere between 2 million to 3 million of electricity, which is huge. Like, for example, recently Della Resort saved 90 lakhs, as I've mentioned. And likewise, a lot of the other clientele of ours, like GMR Airport, Hyderabad GMR Airport is one of our esteemed clients. They have saved their electricity in millions and millions. Likewise, there has been, Ramada Hotel, Fern Hotel, Sahara Star, Fern Ecotel, and a lot of the American buildings and corporates, and also Bank of America. And we are not only into B2B, but also, as mentioned, in B2C. In a lot of your computer gadgets and a lot of laptops and your personal cars, you can utilize all of our products, on the glass or the metal or your inside home marble, or, your fabric, or concrete in your home, and the car parking pathway, and many others. So it is very versatile technology, and it's very ubiquitous. It is present everywhere. In fact, nano is like 1/1000th of a meter. So it is present even in your fabric. It is present, in fact, in sports also. The sports, I would like to, I was very fascinated with sports coverage, with the sports tennis balls. Their nanomaterials are present even in tennis balls. So the players can play efficiently. And it is also present in multiple other industries. I would love to keep adding where all it is present.
Brilliant. That's amazing. Maybe we'll probably get into that again. And so Radhika, your journey has been so interesting as well. As somebody who's had a very interesting journey in engineering sector, and set up your business in Pune. Please tell us something about yourself and your company.
After listening to you two, I feel I rather work in the drab industry. I mean, I'm into hardcore machine tool industry. We manufacture basically machine tool accessories. When I say, imagine an automobile being produced, automobile parts being produced. So we manufacture measurement and inspections machines for the parts that you are manufacturing. For example, we manufacture what is known as camera-based machines, which are non-contact machines. So if it's a vial of an injection that you are manufacturing, at each stage of production, you need to ensure that each part has been manufactured to the specifications. I mean, its length is constant. उसपे जो printing हुआ है ml का, that has to be correct. So how do you ensure this for each and every part when you are producing them at the rate of say 100 parts per second? So this is you do with what is known as a digital eye, which is nothing but a camera which captures image, and at a very high speed it compares it with ideal image and gives you okay or not okay kind of feedback. So this is non-contact measurement. We are also into contact measurement. So this is basically what I do. And this business was started by my father. I took it over about 10 years back. And well, we have expanded and we do a lot of exports. So about 50% of our revenue comes from exports.
Brilliant. I think exports in itself is such an important contribution to the Indian economy and Make in India, definitely. So Amit, next let's listen from you. Please tell us about your role with Sandvik Steels and how are you coping up with, I can see Sandvik Steels is scaling up at a very fast pace in the past decade. So how's your journey been?
Hello, everyone. I'm handling the marketing and the operations here at Sandvik Steels. And I would say that we are there in the market for the last 18 years. We started with a small steel plant, and then we have diversified into a lot of other things. One great thing that I was hearing from other people also was about sustainability and energy conservation. So we have gone far ahead in that. We have an integrated steel plant wherein we manufacture sponge iron, billets, TMT bars, and fly ash bricks and blocks. For the energy conservation that was being spoken, we have a captive power plant wherein we utilize the waste heat flue gases and we manufacture, we produce electricity to that. And then we have the solid waste which is coming out from the furnace as a fly ash. And in steel making, we do get some slag, which is a waste for us. We combine these things and make fly ash bricks and blocks, which are much more stronger and durable. And it's a kind of status that we get as a zero solid waste plant. We are the only plant in southern part of India wherein we don't have any solid waste disposal, and energy conservation is again happening there. Plus, we are also coming up with our solar power plant. Already, we have the captive power plant that we have with us. Then, solar power plant is of a 5 megawatt capacity. We are trying to expand to 20 megawatt. That also we are trying. And as I was telling earlier at the beginning, that a lot of things have been changing in the past few months after we got the glimpse of the lockdown last year. And since then, we have been innovating and doing a great thing.
That's amazing. So it's basically utilizing the time that the pandemic has given us for strategic thinking.
Yeah.
And sustainability, which is brilliant. Ravi, we would like to hear from you, since you have, I'm sure, a variety of exposure with the entrepreneurs in, with your role as an iBanker and corporate advisor. So please tell us something about yourself and, about your company and what are the key mandates that you work on.
I'm an investment banker with about 25 years experience in investment banking. And I have been running my own boutique firm for the last 12 years. And primarily, I cater to both medium as well as large companies, depending on the type of mandates that come my way. To give you an example, I have advised National Stock Exchange in that transaction to buy CAMS. CAMS is a mutual fund back office business. It was a very large transaction involving 450 crores of investment by National Stock Exchange. I was advisor to National Stock Exchange. And subsequently, I have advised a purchase of a robotic process automation company in the US by a Singapore and Chennai-based Indian company called Antworks, which is now funded by SoftBank. And this was a transaction I worked along with a partner in the US. I have a network of boutique partners in a dozen countries, primarily Western Europe and US and Far East in Japan. So whenever good opportunities come, we showcase it to clients in India and see if there's what is called a proper fit. And when there is an enthusiasm to do such a transaction, people move, and we coordinate the entire process right from data gathering, non-disclosure agreement, then subsequently assessment, negotiations. We assist the client in the entire process, and finally legal non-binding agreements and then binding agreements. It takes a process that anything from 6 months to 2 years, depending on the nature of the transaction and the pace at which the clients move. So I'm primarily into mergers and acquisition advisory, and I do both domestic as well as international cross-border M&A. And I have a small team of 3 people, and then network with about half a dozen people in India and about 12 boutique M&A firms overseas. This is broadly the advisory business that I also serve as independent director in some publicly listed companies.
That sounds brilliant. Sameer, we'd like to hear from you now about your journey, and Complex has created ERP and enterprise solutions, and I think you're closely working in the digital transformation space also, which you want to focus on. So please tell us about yourself and about your company.
Well, Comtech Solutions was started in 2005 after a long stint with TCS, Hexaware, and Mastech, which had already become a public limited companies. So when we started, we came out with the same sort of a thing of becoming a global systems integrator and product solution services company. So we developed some of the very nice products on cloud, and we adopted the cloud right from beginning. That is in 2005, with automation of pharma, automation of electronics trading and manufacturing, automation, and giving them enterprise-wide solutions for various companies in India as well as abroad. So one of the major initiatives which we started off was in Hong Kong, companies in Singapore, Hong Kong, and China for the electronics trading and manufacturing. Where we did the ERP implementations for them. And we gave them a full-fledged implementation, which involves ERP, CRM, and all the automations which are there. So, and also which is specifically for the electronics industry. So we went ahead with pharma, electronics industry. We came out with our own product line. And during the pandemic, we realized that a lot of effort we are doing it is on we should have our own product line completed with a lot of which is low cost, and it should go down to the masses in India, and that is why we came out with PowerBooks as a product, which is, and also PowerForce as a product on the Salesforce platform, which enables people to do for non-profit organizations it's free for and it is 10 user license for manufacturing organizations. It's a very cheap software, but it has the best of the practices, which can even replace SAP, for instance, with all the features and things like that. So we come out with value-added products, integrating with digital, digitizing the companies completely, and giving them a complete one single environment with all the systems and solutions in place, with all the users working from cloud, from anywhere, any device. And it is also for financials experts, for banking, for insurance, for financial securities. It is also for manufacturing, power, media, everything, renewable energy, and everything. So these are some of the initiatives which Comtech Solutions has come out with. And we hope to do a fantastic thing in the coming years ahead. And a lot of investment has been put down, though we don't have in the current year, in the last years, to let us get in side into even the Bombay Stock Exchange as on the SME platform, and we will go forward as a public limited company.
Brilliant. Best wishes for that. And Prerna, we'd like to hear from you about EcoPlore now. How has your journey as a social entrepreneur been? And please tell us about your company.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. So, EcoPlore is basically an online platform for booking eco-friendly hotels. We promote and book only those hotels which are made of mud, wood, bamboo, stone, or any local architecture. And they have at least 30% tree coverage inside their campus. Plus, they follow a lot of other sustainable measures like rainwater harvesting, solar panels, composting. Then they have their own vegetable garden, fruit trees. They employ local people and several others depending on the location. This is the sustainability aspect, but from the customer perspective, we are basically providing a very unique experience where those who are living in cities and really they want to get out of the city life and experience something which is close to environment. The stays which we are promoting, you can just go there and for 2 days you can be there without the need of going anywhere. So these properties are located near waterfall, mountain, rivers, and a lot of other natural locations. Plus they have a lot of activities. And all those activities are in the campus or in walking distance. So you don't need to go for the typical sightseeing. And the food which you're served over there is mostly organically grown and in the farm of the stay. So you can go and pluck the vegetable, you can pluck the fruit and have that experience of enjoying the fresh produce, which is a very difficult thing to find, especially in these times. So this is the experience, and we are basically trying to bridge the gap and become a bridge between the sustainability and the experience. So right now in the market, there are a lot of companies which provide you good travel experiences, but the sustainability factor is missing. And there are also companies which are working for sustainability, but where they're very, at a very minimal scale. So they may be working in a particular region or a particular community or maybe a particular state, but they're not working at national level, or I don't know of any international level company like Airbnb or Booking.com, which is working only and only for sustainability hotels. So our target is to reach that, where people look up to us and they rely on our choices, because we don't randomly pick and choose any hotel. We personally visit every property and check all the criteria, see whether it is comfortable, whether it is safe, whether it has the fun factor which the tourist needs, and then we take it on them on our platform. So I invite you all to just explore EcoPlore while planning your next vacation post-pandemic. Thank you.
Sure. I think sustainable tourism is only going to pick up momentum as the time goes by. And so you're in the perfect industry, and we've already seen the trend moving towards, this side. Now let's talk about, the challenges that we have all seen during the past 1 year, due to the pandemic. And how were you able to, if you could just give a snapshot of that key challenge, that you faced, pertaining to a certain business function, maybe related to the people in your company, or dealing with the, customers, or it could be, in terms of the financial accountability. So, if you could give us a snapshot of what was the key challenge that you faced during pandemic. And how were you able to put by recognizing the opportunity in that challenge? And maybe if you have been able to integrate digital transformation as a tool or one of the tools of digital transformation, and or if there is something that you're looking at right now. So it's a long question. Basically, the challenges that you have faced, some key challenges, the opportunity, that you have been able to identify in the challenge, and how have you been able to change, pivot using digital transformation? RF, let's start with you. Please unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, thank you. So the biggest challenge in sports industry is like we get participants from multiple countries, from different countries. Like in my Mumbai event, there were participants from 5 countries, from Holland, Cameroon, Armenia, Afghanistan, Thailand. But due to pandemic, due to these times, like travel is very restricted, and it's risky due to COVID thing. So we have to go with Indian boxers only. Before it used to be India versus Afghanistan, India versus Holland, India versus Armenia. So I think that's the biggest challenge, because getting international fighters in India and having their fight with Indian fighters give Indian fighters exposure, international exposure. Like okay, they are practicing with Indian fighters, but once they get exposure to fight with the international boxer, so it's like very well grooming for them, for our fighters. So I think that's the biggest challenge, and the opportunity I found in during this pandemic is like developing Indian content to international market. Like we got the biggest OTT platform of combat sports to be official broadcaster for the punch boxing is Fight TV. It's the biggest OTT platform for any combat sports. And we got international television showing their interest and buying our content from India. KOTV has offered us good amount of money to buy our highlights for our show in India. So I think developing content in India and putting it on a live stream, monetizing our live stream globally, I think that's the plus point we got during this pandemic. So in sports, I think these are the only 2 things that travel is restricted, so we don't get international exposure, international players to participate in our events. And the plus point is the global audience. We are getting global audience like in huge number, and the number is increasing day by day very nicely. So that's a plus point we have.
That's amazing. So the world has basically become smaller for you
Exactly.
during this time. Akshita, please tell us about Sports Khabri, which is primarily a digital platform. What are the challenges that you faced, and how have you been able to mitigate that using digital transformation?
So since I mentioned in the beginning that we came to life during the pandemic, so we haven't really seen the pre-pandemic era. We were all, we came into existence during this time. We've not even met our team members in person. So we had to, from scratch, from, hiring process to getting the website developed to going live, everything was done on the digital front. We haven't met our team members. So, there was a lot of, I think one of the challenges was to find the right kind of people to connect to, because a personal connect gives you a rough idea of what to expect, right? But we didn't get that chance. So there was a lot of hit and trial that we had to do in that process to now come up to a very strong team that we have. And secondly, as Arif said, that because of travel constraints, because there were not sports happening, IPL of course had to be stopped midway. So even last year's IPL, traffic-wise, we didn't really see, at that time we were very new, but right now if you see the IPL was stopped midway, it affects a lot of things because, like our advertising space, to our traffic, to people coming on our platform from India. At the end of the day, the advertisers want more people from India. That also gets affected. But on the positive side, we have seen a lot of people coming from other countries to our platform. Like our second best performing nation is US, and then followed by UK. So we are getting a good amount. Even from a small state of Ghana, we are getting good traffic. So globally, we are doing very well. It has given us the time to understand other sports apart from cricket, venture into Formula One. We didn't really have intentions of getting into Formula One, but we had the liberty to explore those options. Other than that, I think content wise, we had some sort of a breathing space. If tournaments after tournaments keep on happening, we don't really have the time or the luxury to experiment with content. At the end of the day, most of the content is very repetitive. We have to come up with match reports. Everything is surrounded around that event or around that match. But because of the absence of these, international sports, we had the luxury to explore. Our writers had the luxury to explore, come up with content that has never been seen in India before, and that is one thing that makes me really proud that we have writers who are willing to experiment, who are bringing some really exciting new things on the table, which will be going live in the coming months. Even on on social media platforms, thankfully, because a lot of people were most of the time present on their mobile phones, we were getting good traffic on social media as well. Being a new company, despite not organically, we are getting good amount of traction on Instagram. We had around 3 lakh reach last month on Instagram, which is a very big thing for someone like us, who just have 5,500 followers on Instagram organic, right? So there is a lot of scope, that is that a lot of improvement in this aspect that we have seen. So yeah.
That's amazing, and I think a company like yours can leverage the digital platforms like utilizing the data that you're able to generate globally and integrate it to utilize in your future performance. And also, if you're remotely working, there are so many tools that are available in digital transformation, which will help you get better accountability and also hiring. So thank you so much. Radhika, so what about your journey, like since you're primarily in the engineering sector, and I'm sure it requires in-person presence, for the work to be completed. So what are the key challenges that you faced, and were you able to find the opportunities and maybe mitigate using digital transformation?
For us, the way we got mainly hit by the pandemic was by the fact that the supply chain got disrupted. I mean, we are mainly about 50% of our parts are electronics, and those are all imported, some of them from China, most of them from European countries. And suddenly these companies, as you might know, that there was even an article in some newspapers in between, that the electronic components are facing, they are not being easily available.
Yeah.
I mean, our suppliers who had,
right now.
chips, correct. So a supplier who would have a standard delivery time of say 10 weeks, suddenly decided that even for the orders which are already placed on them, now these are the orders based on which my production is planned. Even for this order, the supply time went somewhere from 10 weeks to 52 weeks.
Wow.
And because we have 50% of our revenue coming from exports, we had to stick to that delivery schedule. So now we are not getting material, and yet we have to deliver. So we went into a frantic phase where we started scouting this material from wherever we could. I mean, there would be someone sitting in X country, and he will say, I've got 50 chips of this kind, and for whatever price he said, we will buy them. So this put a lot of pressure on our finance, because all these guys would ask for advance payment. So the supply chain got disrupted. The financial management went for full toss. Whatever credit we had anticipated, we could no longer enjoy it. So, all these things, they made we have a ERP system, but till now, everything was functioning, the way my father has said it. It went through some changes, but this was like a wake-up call, that the lead days that I have put in my system, I had to go through them, the minimum quantity of purchase, because yahan pe agar paisa nahi hai, then I started negotiating with all my suppliers for minimum quantity, that I can't buy now 100 from you. You will have to supply me in batch of 555 kind of thing. So, and this is where I suddenly realized that ERP, which is a major electronic tool that we manufacturing industries use, we have not been using it effectively. The MIS, the management information system that the management data that I should get from this ERP, I was myself not looking at it, taking cognizance of it, not acting on it. So I'll say thanks to this pandemic, because it was a wake-up call for me. And another thing, as you said, like from my childhood, I've seen my father, my mother packing his tiffin, he going to office. So for manufacturing, you have to go to office. This was what was ingrained in my brain, that in the manufacturing industry, you can't work from home. You have to be there. Well, in this pandemic, we were forced to do that. So now I've realized that even in manufacturing industry, there are departments who can work from home. Basically, it was a shift for me because I have never worked like that. And I always thought, well, then people won't work. Or, oh my God, then do I have to have a special system to monitor them? So this was a thinking level change for me, that I had to trust that people will work from home, and they did work. So, well, that was our pandemic call.
That's great. I think that's the best attitude for all of us. I think going forward in any kind of business. With manufacturing sector, actually, we have some we have brilliant automation driven products that enable the owners to remotely monitor even the manufacturing that is happening, sitting at home. And besides, of course, the HR related tools, which help you, monitor the accountability of the people who are working either in the manufacturing units or from their places, just in case you are not able to be there physically. So I think there's a lot digital transformation tools can help you with. Sanam, what about you? I'm guessing even your sector must involve a lot of visits to the labs and to do the R&D and then at the development stage. So how have you been able to? What are the challenges that you face, and how did it help you pivot using digital transformation?
Right. From the R&D, development, innovation and everything, we do always just in time. Like when manufacturing, when Radhika goes for manufacturing, most of the manufacturing, she must be doing just in time manufacturing to save the cost, right? So for R&D also, we do just in time R&D for innovating only those challenges which are thrown to us on the table by the industry. Like for example, Jindal, we were innovating for a specific power related challenge to do with a lot of corrosion and rusting onto their metal framework and all. And then our engineers had innovated just in time, innovation for that R&D challenge. Now coming to operation challenge, so apparently during the COVID, we did not have a R&D challenge as such, but we did have operation related challenge that was of course to do with in-person product demonstration onto the client surfaces, on the glass, metal, marble, leather. It has to be demonstrated in real time. They have to see the effect in real time, the magical effect that the glass is completely, or the surface is completely contaminated, and here it's super, brand new surface, and that scratch resistance, water repellency, and all the effects, it has to be seen in real time. So now they are not able to see all of that because of this, in-present meeting is being restricted and everything. So we came up with something like AR, augmented reality and VR kind of a demonstration where they could see their product innovation and the features benefit of that particular product through AR. However, still the clients wanted that they should be visiting, the engineer should visit to their clients and a place and do the demonstration. So we did convert the challenge into an opportunity, saying that, see, for example, if it's a running hotel, then of course there could be couples inside the guest room, and the privacy gets very restricted when there's a Spider-Man jumping down from the glass and wiping and doing the contamination removal. It's bizarre. So we just try to explain the hotel people that you have to take this as an opportunity, that there is no couple inside right now. Your Spider-Man can go down and really do the demonstration, and we can help. Our team can follow all the COVID protocols, and we can help you out. So And our technology is only one-time application, right? Long lasts for like 10 years, 5 years. So you do it now, and then your surfaces are preserved for so many years. So this was like a, a challenge that was converted into an opportunity. Now coming to digital transformation, as Amit mentioned, for a lot of the solar panels that their company is into. So we innovated with the IoT, Internet of Things related nano chip device that was nano size, that helped with temperature optimization and humidity optimization. So multiple solar panels that are installed in multiple locations, their real-time temperature could be monitored with this nano size IoT nano chip device. And that particular real-time temperature in real time used to be transferred on onto a hardware system, and then to a computer, and then onto the internet device, telling us, okay, so this and this is the temperature, and how our nano coating can help them optimize the temperature, how our nano coating can really help them absorb more sunlight and increase the solar energy efficiency. So whatever challenge Amit is facing currently in his solar panel installations, our nano coating can be of great help. And I would be happy to associate Prerna from EcoFlow to one of our clients, that is Fern Ecotel. Fern Ecotel is one of our esteemed clients based out of Powai, and they are completely an eco-friendly hotel. And they are definitely, it could be a great opportunity for you also, Prerna, to have them on your board, because they have all the eco-friendly related features and everything in their hotel, and they have also used the eco-friendly products.
That's great. I think, Prerna would be very happy to connect with them. And,
yes, sure. And Amit,
maybe Amit can also connect with you after this session.
Yes, for the consolidated, like total solar energy production data can be consolidated and monitored into one place for multiple solar panels.
Amazing. That's brilliant. And I think there is, this has so much of scope because, like Gujarat primarily has a lot of solar rooftops. And I think that trend is only going to increase, to rest of the states. So, and so the integration of this chip has a lot of scope, because I haven't heard of this before. I've heard of other energy efficient devices, but not of this nano chip which can utilize the solar power. So that's brilliant.
Thank you very much.
So Amit, let's hear from you about Sunvik Steels. What is the challenge, the main challenge that you have faced, during this pandemic, and what are the opportunities that came out of it?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that Sanam was brimming with a lot of positivity, and even in this time, she was telling that solutions to us. So it was brilliant, and good to have these kind of people on the board.
Love to add value.
Yeah. I would relate to Radhika in whatever she was telling about the manufacturing industry. A lot of supply chain was disrupted, and even when the labor-intensive job is there, we require the people to be there to complete the task. Work has to be carried out by them only. When the pandemic came last year and the lockdown was announced, we felt the heat that time. All of a sudden, there was a restriction on the movement. People were not allowed to gather together, and then things like that happened. And we were in a fix what to do. Factory has to run, and to start a furnace and to shut it down again, to restart it again, takes a lot of energy. A lot of energy will go in waste if we do that. Plus, if we have a integrated steel plant wherein we manufacture multiple things together, and it's inline production happening, if we stop one thing, the other thing also gets affected. So it was a very challenging task for us. So first of all, I would like to sum up the challenges that came. The first thing was the labor issue that we had to face. Labor issue at the factory also, in the manufacturing unit, plus labor issue was there at the construction sites also. We are into supply of TMT bars mainly and fly ash bricks and blocks. So when the construction was not happening, there was a challenge how to uh, keep the production running and then what to do with the material. Ultimately, we had to take a call to shut down the plant after running it for a few days, and then it was a very sad point for us. But then next challenge was there now was once we have shut the plant, the business is not happening. How to take care of the people there? Because so many lives were dependent on us. Not only the employees, but the subsidiaries also who were supplying to us, or the people who were carrying out the transportation work for us. Other functionaries were there. So we were thinking how to sustain in this time, and everybody was telling that kindly support in this time because we have been there with you for so many years. And this was the other challenge which was there. So I would say that the humanitarian crisis which came ultimately translated into the business crisis, financial crisis, and a lot of other crises what you can name. And other thing which came was what Sunam was talking about, augmented reality. When the maintenance of the plant was supposed to be done, we had to call the experts for that. Now they were not willing to come, and the pandemic was at its peak, even after the lockdown was over. So we that time we went for the augmented reality thing. We got a smart glass, smart spectacles. I don't know what they call it. Smart goggle, you can say, which the technician at the plant was putting it on, and the other person on the other side could see it. The expert could see and guide them to do what was supposed to be done. Apart from that, other challenge was when the machinery is not functioning, how to keep it in a good condition. Maintenance was a problem because when you have a machine which is running all the time, it generally needs to be maintained properly. Once we shut it down, also sometimes it malfunctions. So this was other challenge that we had to face. After that, I would say that a lot of problem was faced in the cash flow management even after the lockdown was over. Even Radhika was stating that we were cash strapped. So what was happening is we had our channel partners with whom we deal. We had given the material to them on credit, and they were due to us. But they were telling that the business was not happening, or whatever sales they have made, they were not able to recover the money, and in turn, they were not able to pay to us as well. So this was a great challenge, maintaining the cash flow. The factory has to be run, the employees have to be paid, other people have to be paid, and then when the cash is not flowing in, how we can maintain the things. So this was the other challenge that we had to face drastic, and effort was to be made for that. Lastly, we had a lot of people who were lost because of COVID. Businesses were lost. But then we started thinking, if we think only of the problem and how the solutions will come, then we changed the mode of our operations. We thought that we have to leverage the kind of time that we have got now, businesses less, so we can utilize the time for thinking and upgrading ourselves. That's when we started thinking of bringing in automation, and we automated the sponge iron plant that we have. Already one part of it was automated, other part also got automated. So automation came into picture. Through that, we thought that ERP was not into much use. So we thought ERP has to be brought in for maintaining the work from home. People, when they are not going out and attending the work personally, physically, how can they do it by sitting at home also? So ERP came into picture, the sales process, the production process, even the supply chain. We thought of automating, and we are on it now. So after 8 or 9 months, we say that we are working comfortably on that, and then we are in a process where we can say that the pandemic has given us an opportunity to improve ourselves. Apart from that, it was very difficult for us to connect to the influencers. Influencers are the people who help us sell our product to other people. Suppose they have purchased directly, or else they are somebody who can refer our product to somebody else. For us, architects, masons, the bar benders who are there, the civil engineers, structural engineers, they are the people who can refer our product to somebody. It was very difficult to connect to them. We were not having the database when the people were working from home. entire data was at the head office, and then taking the data when somebody is not coming, and then giving it to them to and fro, and then there was a chance of data getting misused also. So I think after we started implementing the ERP, these things were sorted out. And then we thought of the power conservation as well. As I was telling that we have a captive power plant at our facility. It's a 10 megawatt plant that we have. We started adding the solar power plant also. The current phase is for 5 megawatt. Ultimately, we want to expand it to 20 megawatt. So these things are happening now, and I would say that the pandemic has given us a chance to rethink, to re-strategize, and overhaul entire operations so that we can work with ease. This is it.
Yes, I think I can imagine. I think the biggest setback was with the manufacturing sector because of the of course, the responsibility that the corporate responsibility that we have, and also the laborers, were unavailable, and there was a lot of union issues. But it's amazing that you took the responsibility and you decided to change, do some changes in the policies, and also diversify into new sustainable ways of operations. And I think that's a big lesson for all of us. Ravi, what about you? Like, how has an iBanker been affected during this pandemic? Considering I'm considering, like, since you were already exposed to the global market and remotely working, but what were the key challenges that you faced during this pandemic, and how were you able to utilize digital transformation to mitigate those challenges?
See, the basic challenge that, iBanking depends eventually on the decisions of the entrepreneurs. And these are big decisions. So when an entrepreneur is bogged down by operational challenges, like some of our friends have mentioned, they don't give the sufficient mind share to strategic matters. Operational matters always take precedence over strategic matters. So decision making got hit. And when decision making gets hit, then transactions also come to a pause. So we did face a considerable amount of pause in some of the ongoing transactions. And the period between December to March, some of them immediately, when the pandemic slowed down in certain parts of the country, we could see that people were so keen to finish off what was pending, and in terms of M&A opportunities, that there was quite an amount of activity and deal making. But again, after April, we had the second lockdown, and things have really been bad this time because again, operations were hit, and staff members falling ill, and all those things happening in large corporations has upset the mindset of people to do transactions. So the second part, or the second leg of this pandemic has been far more impactful on investment banking business compared to even the first time when at least people concluded the deals that were in process. And very fortunately, in deal making, there are two things. One is the soft part of it, the initial phase, when you identify a transaction, put a strategic fit with the two transacting parties, and and define a transaction. That requires a lot of soft skills and share of mind and things like that. Digital can't do much of it. But the second part of it, once a term sheet is signed, there is two key elements. One is due diligence, and another is legal documentation. In these two areas, digital is fantastic. Already you have virtual data rooms in service providers who are doing a very good job, of putting together a virtual data room for the parties to do a due diligence. Likewise, legal specialists who draft documents are able to take the process and almost entirely till conclusion without face-to-face meetings. So the challenge is in the front end part of which, where we investment bankers play a major role, where the decision making is involved. The second part of it is in the pandemic also gave us a time to pause and think what we are doing with our data that we have built over years, decades. in terms of transaction. We are entirely dependent substantially on our own skills and our own recall and our own natural intelligence rather than any artificial intelligence to do the matchmaking part of the deal. And for which, if you see internationally, there has been a lot of change. And some service providers like Salesforce have got packages for investment banking, even boutique investment bankings to utilize and transform themselves digitally. But I believe it is a work in process as far as India is concerned. And there are at least probably 500 to 1,000, at least 500 active boutique investment banks, which can who have very similar requirements in terms of to transform themselves digitally. And there should be somebody coming up with. Digital investment bankers won't go and approach service providers. Somebody has to understand our requirement, and if they say something as this can be done, we will take because we are still in that stage of evolution, rightly or wrongly. But if that happens, and these such things will happen by, especially in boutique firms, some SME service providers, like one of the gentlemen contacts he was talking about. Such people, they will have that bandwidth and wherewithal to address an investment banker's requirement and tailor the solution. And once he has tailored with 2 or 3 investment bankers, probably he can sell it to 100 investment bankers. Once he has understood what is a game, and probably even make a product out of it. But nothing so far as the market is concerned.
That's very interesting. I can understand, we do M&A as well. So I think initially due diligence was a challenge at the beginning of last year, but then soon the interest of investors to close the deals, help them, overcome that limitation and, start moving ahead. But also, in terms of digital transformation, there are some tools that are available for the funding, which is based on robotic automation and artificial intelligence. And I think this has come about, since PwC and a lot of other organizations had already pivoted last year. So there are some independent companies, like I'm in touch with the European companies who are based in India, who have brought about some tools on this for this platform, for the funding aspects. I'd like to also make a quick announcement, for the audience who's watching, that we're going to open for a Q&A very soon. So please post your questions, and if you want to direct it to a particular panelist, please let us know so that we can take up your questions. Sameer, you have a very interesting company which is already providing solutions for the digital transformation. And so what are the key challenges that your company personally faced, during this time? And how were you able to mitigate it by seeing it as an opportunity?
Thanks for asking this. But looking and hearing from all of you people, I realize that I have a customer in every company. And I realize that, okay, it is there for investment banker, it is there for energy, because we have already positioned ourselves and did investment for power energy platform, which we are working with some renewable energy. We are also working with the financial cloud and Salesforce financial cloud, and having our own PowerForce product on the Salesforce platform for Ravi Shankar and his team, and also for Sanam and for Prerna, we have the Eco product for which we have given it for NBFC for non-profit organization Salesforce, along with PowerForce, as well as hospitality management, as well as it is doing a lot of work. It has been implemented for one company based in the coastal Karnataka. So ideally the challenges in the last year had been that, okay, there was no sales, no travel, and there was no support to MSMEs for credit as well. And the biggest problem which we faced was our clients, which were there in aviation, hospitality, transportation, NBFCs, travel, education, construction, sports, all of them stopped the business almost in their operations itself. So there was no question of getting any money also from any customer. The first part was to get the contractors out, and majority of our professional services engineers, which have been placed in these companies, they were asked to quit, and many of them had to go. Definitely, there was no question that we will be able to build them, and neither. So many of them stopped the business in the sense they just suspended their operations. They partially opened it in the month of April, March, and we were expecting something green thing coming up, but again April it stopped and it stopped again. So again there was a major effect. So funding was stopped. So what we did was, in these opportunities which we said, we completed many of the unfinished products. We integrated all the solutions which are there. We came out with new opportunities, new connections with new areas and I should say industries where we were not having. So in energy we were not having, renewable energy we are not having, or hotel industry we are not having. So we entered in those spaces and we created connections, we created many people. And for investment banking also we had built up many other opportunities, and we are now products in those platforms as well. So now again it is coming as a bit a new phase. Now when we have to talk about with related to, we have to see about there is a war with Corona. So we have to see about how the organizations and countries worked after the World War II period, how their economy got changed, and what was the focus which was moved towards. So we expect a lot of things in electric vehicles, which perhaps Radhika's company can come out with some of the products which are there. EV, basically for renewable energy. These are some hot industry areas where there will be less dependency on oil. So though oil will continue to be there, but there will be less. And this is where we expect that we will fund our own efforts as well as our own finances in these sectors where we have to see it in a totally different way about how things will go forward. And digital transformation with related to interacting and having communication platforms is a must. So all organizations in the areas of education, in the areas of travel, hospital, these areas will definitely come back again, aviation and all that. Now, and then we are there in that. So we are anyway going to be there in that all these industries, but we have to keep it on hold and not look at numbers within a few months, but only when these revive, we will also be there along with them to get it revived. So that is the way we are looking at it in terms of everything in manufacturing, in terms of IoT as well, with Sanam and Amit said about it. Excellent. We will be there. That is what is our focus.
That's right. I think there's a lot that all of us can learn about digital transformation that can happen within business, various business functions. By speaking to a company like yours. So Prerna, what about you? Like, since EcoFloor, might have also faced a lot of challenges since the movement got restricted for quite a substantial amount of time. So what are the challenges that you faced as a company, and how were you able to utilize that as an opportunity to pivot?
So for the travel industry, I think the data says the industry was closed totally during the entire pandemic, except maybe 1 or 2 months in between. So when the lockdown was imposed last year and till date, there has been no traveling. Like, people are not going on vacations. There are restrictions there. So obviously we also we were affected a lot, like all our sales, operations, marketing, everything, it was not happening. So since the focus is on digital transformation, so initially we were handling everything manually. So we have a website, but the conversion was happening, the sales conversion was happening manually. And we had this in our plan that we'll be shifting to an online booking system. So this pandemic period, we took it as an opportunity, and in the past 1 year, we have been working on automating our website, and now hopefully in the next 1 month, the booking engine will be live. So now people can easily book it online, and we'll be shifting completely from the manual sales to online in sales. But from the positive perspective, I would say since we are working mainly for sustainable, promoting sustainable lifestyle, tourism is just a medium to do that. The last 1 year has been a very, very positive thing for the planet. We all have witnessed the changes personally. We have The skies are clear. You can hear the sounds of the birds. A lot of wildlife animals, birds which had got extinct and were not there, was visible during the pandemic. So all these positive things, I think that was a blessing, not just. I will say, not as company or individual, but as this entire planet and as this humanity, it was a blessing for us. And for digital transformation, I have just one point which is after hearing all of you, it's there and stuck in my mind, that most of especially the manufacturing sector and a lot of others, they're shifting to automation, and the involvement of human labor is getting reduced, including our own company. Now, if we shift gradually, or almost suppose 50% of the work is shifted from manual to automation, where will these people go and what will happen to them? Because this is a negative thing also for the society per se, because where will they get the employment from who don't have the skills of technology, who are not software engineers, or who cannot run companies themselves? So what will they do?
And I think that's a very interesting point, but that is an area where an organization yours can be very instrumental. Since you are focusing on creating these eco resorts, and there is something called rural tourism, sustainable tourism as well. So I think when we are able to, I think the idea, what this central government has also been focusing on, has to be a very equitable development across the country. The development shouldn't be focused towards the cities, and I think that is where the change will come. That the tier 3, tier 4 cities should also have certain access of Internet of Things and various hyper local economic opportunities, which companies like yours can bring about. And that is when I think they will be enabled to also explore starting their own businesses. Or I know of so many successful actually grocery store owners who have in the tier 3 cities have moved towards online platforms. So I think the change has already started, and it will only accelerate when organizations like yours can support it. I'll now quickly look at the questions if we have any. So we have somebody from a OPC services company who is into sourcing solutions and engineering services for manufacturing sector, and he is asking the question about what are the challenges for service providing companies in digital technologies, and what are the best solutions to overcome these challenges. I think Samir would be the best person to help us on this.
See, the important thing is one should have a single platform for every industry. A single platform which integrates all their applications, which maybe if you are in travel, you are in supports, then everything, it should integrate CRM, ERP, it should integrate the communication, it should integrate employees, vendors, suppliers, everything into a single platform for that particular company. So that is the first part. Now SAP has this platform, as well as Oracle has its own platform. Microsoft also has platforms, but what happens is they come out into the higher segment category, and many of the Indian companies cannot afford them. Or any new enterprises which get started off. So there is where Tally comes into the picture. And perhaps if Tally is used, Tally has some limitations of going towards cloud. So then it becomes problematic for people that every organization has multiple systems, and they keep on switching over from data taking, picking from one system to another, and it is not in a consolidated single place, which causes a lot of problem. So we have overcome this in the complex solutions where we integrate all of the solutions into a single platform. So if you're a wealth manager, you have the Salesforce platform, which is there for wealth management, as well as if you have investment banker, you have some specific products for investment banking and various other types of things. If you're an energy company, then you have, if you're a manufacturing company, you have all the aspects with related to these things, which are related to your environment. Now, if some companies try to become very specific with related to their own needs, requirements, I want to have certain payroll in this manner, and that is why I would like to go ahead with another third-party payroll system. It becomes a problem that okay, you require to have a manpower resources which are specialized for taking the data, putting it into the payroll system, getting the data output, and getting all the systems integrated. So all these things are major problems which organizations face in India, and that is why everybody is going ahead with doing some digital work in their own organizations, and they spend on it, and they and what happens is it is software development is also a manufacturing organization. When we develop products and you require to man it, you require that okay, the people have to be replacing it with some the people who know the software code, or they have to know the technology platform and everything which is backside against that. So it is not something like okay, anybody can be replaced by anybody, and you have to, so you become person dependent. So these are some of the challenges what are for service oriented people and service oriented organizations. One has to understand that if you stick up to a particular technology platform, you have the services, the people who are bearing those skills, they have a future in their own hands. If you are a Microsoft.NET platform developers and services which you provide in development or customizations or implementation remains there, and so is with related to Oracle, and so is related to Salesforce, or so is related to some any other SAP, for instance. And when it comes to cloud, putting it on the AWS requires again, or if related to Microsoft Azure, there is another skill which is required. So all these sorts of things, you have to cater to it. All people are required. Large organizations have to have specified skills, keep skilled people in each area to manage their operations, and they will be required as we go forward. I hope I'm not very sure whether I answered it correctly on your question, but I think I did so.
Sure, that sounds perfect. I think basically every sector can leverage, the digital revolution by understanding, that every business function, whether be it finance, HR, operations, can have a digital clone. And what that helps you with is more efficient way of running your business, and it gives you a better accountability, and it helps you actually see the future, not just like next 3 to 5 years, but you can also gauge better what the business and the industry can look like in the next 10 to 15 years.
Yes.
And that is a very important aspect to take care of if you are looking at scaling up your business at a high pace. And what we've learned so far, I'd like to quickly summarize, is that most of the companies, in our panel today have leveraged digital transformation by utilizing robotic automation and augmented reality, which is a very important replacement for in-person physical presence, that we have been used to. And going forward, I think augmented reality and robotic automation is going to play a very key role in how every business is going to function. and the other companies who are already on this panel, who are already around the digital infrastructure, since they are online portals, I think they have been able to see how the data can be utilized, which is with them, and the data that is already being generated can be utilized better if you have an artificial intelligence application to work on that data. And then there is a human intelligence which also, of course, which is led by the key team members of the organization, can help you now understand where can you grow the business, where the money can come in, and how can you utilize the credit in a better way, for example. And besides that, what's very fascinating is that the world has become, like we always say, that the world becomes smaller with digital intervention. But we saw the example, we heard the example of how the entrepreneurs on this panel have been able to utilize their digital presence by connecting with countries in Europe and United States, and striking a deal with them. So I think this has been a more of a introspection time for most of the entrepreneurs, and it has and if we utilize the tools that are present with us, with digital transformation, we can actually scale our business to multiple folds, and explore and discover opportunities that we never thought were possible. So thank you so much for all of your time, and I hope to that everybody can connect after this session, and we can all come up with something more interesting.
Sure.
Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anshu, for moderating this. Thank you for moderating this session. And I have a question. A digital transformation requires significant investment, and MSMEs have limited growth capital. So how to overcome these challenges?
Maybe Ravi Shankar can give us
that's what I heard. Ravi
thoughts on this.
Yeah.
Repeat, I was not very clear the question.
I asked, digital transformation requires significant investment, and MSMEs have limited growth capital. So how to overcome these challenges?
Yes, this is a very pertinent issue, really, because the hesitation to go for digital transformation and not be sure of the outcomes and making a huge investment for SMEs is indeed a challenge. And I think that one of the thoughts I briefly shared was, I think SMEs cannot engage directly with the large corporations. There has to be smaller corporations who pick up on the service, on the technology and service offerings of the larger ones, and then tailor it to meet the needs of the SMEs. See, requirement analysis will be a significant portion of the effort in providing in achieving digital transformation. If you can't understand if the service provider who's enabling the digital transformation is not fully on page in terms of the requirement of his client, the quality of the product or service will not be up to the mark. So he has to reach out to the client, whether it is in a SME in a service sector or SME in the what we call the manufacturing sector. And then the question will automatically arise as to how does this digital transformation service provider work out his own economics. I think they need to understand that if they produce, India is such a large organization, India is such a large country, that if they pick up one sector, supposing they pick up a textiles sector, and if they see the size of the market, it will be very huge. And within textile, if they are focusing on one particular segment and select geographies, they can identify probably 1,000 SMEs who can buy their product or service offering, and they can do a pilot with 10, and then have their own way of reaching out to the rest of the 900, and then probably at that level of when they cross a supply of more than 50 or 60 packages, they'll start making money. Even such service provider and the large corporations who are giving them technology need to support them in this journey. It is only this way, I think, this penetration of the SME sector. Why SME? Even micro organization, MSME, I would say, even micro sector companies can benefit from digital transformation to become larger and bigger firms. And anybody who's an entrepreneur starts generally as a micro, and then within that group, some people become bigger and bigger, and the changes happen. So I think the large corporations by themselves are not keen, except Salesforce, who's willing to invest and address this ecosystem. They have done so in the US, and possibly they are doing it in India.
Absolutely, that's the right perspective. I think we, as small and medium businesses and even the micro businesses, we need to focus on basically changing our perspective. Digital transformation, integration of digital tools is not a cost. It is rather an investment if you look at it from the larger perspective. It is going to help you mitigate your costs. It's going to help you be more efficient with the operations, have more accountability, and at the end, of course, that will show in the productivity. And besides, and in terms of the credit support, I think definitely we need some, changes in the policies to, which support manufacturing sector and export is very well supported, but we also need support in the services and technology sector to mitigate these challenges. But besides that, as individually as owners, what we can do, specifically like the ones who don't want to invest in the beginning, you could utilize, the tools like G Suite, which is Google Suite, which is, basically like if you just go to your Google account, you would be able to, see the options based on the business functions, HR, operations, finance, and all these tools are available for free on cloud. So using your Gmail account, you can start there, which is absolutely free unless you have a data issue. So I think that could be a good start for anyone who's looking for a low cost solution at this point for digital transformation. Farhan, do we have any other questions?
I have one small thing to do. See, ideally speaking, if you see the real labor requirements which are there for any IT related work, we can have certain at a relatively lower cost in India. This is not a part in the United States or any other country. So if I would appreciate all Indian companies and various companies to take that risk of getting whatever digital transformation which is required from Indian people. They will get it at a relatively, if not a very expensive resource, you will have always a relatively lesser experienced, but a cheaper resource for you. And now they are also locally available, so you don't have to get it only in Mumbai or anything like that. So after this COVID state, so I would expect that cost ROI has to be checked out very separately, but I think people should just go ahead and start taking up whatever things they have it in mind, and they just do it. I mean, no issue with that. Cost will not be that much of a concern.
Yes, I think cost is also something which we need to now see what is, where we should spend the money in terms of what's going to give us better return. And digital transformation from the larger perspective is actually a better return on your investment. It's better than buying an office space right now. So let's see it as an infrastructure that you're setting up for your company.
I think Amit wants to add something. Amit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, you talked about the cost of digital transformation, but one thing is there that if you go with the local service providers or the small players, then they will not be efficient enough to cater to all the needs. Scalability is one thing which I think Samir would be letting us know, or Ravi would let us know. I think Samir, which is very much important in ERP or going for a digital transformation. If we get a solution by a small service provider, maybe at a local standard, and then they're not able to scale up to the needs whenever we want, it becomes a very tricky thing for us when we have invested so much and we don't get the solution upgraded or scaled up, then we lose the entire effort that we have done. So can somebody just talk something about that also, maybe from the IT sector only?
There is something which I would like to say. The problem with the Indian scenario is that we expect that okay, the Maruti 800 should have features like the Mercedes Benz, and what happens is you cannot have that. Okay, you pay less, you will get less. Otherwise, pay more and have it. If you want to take SAP, have it, spend on it. But if you say that no, I want it in a smaller one like Tally, you would like to have all the account receivable payables like what SAP has or Microsoft Dynamics has, and everything is like that. I want to integrate everything and all these things. It will not happen. It is not going to do. Nobody will be able to do that. So you understand the limitations which are there. Work towards it. That okay, and have a technology roadmap of growing towards how you would like to take it forward, and then see about always if you see it, the car is a car, and if, with whether it's a Maruti Desire or a Tata car, it will work the same way as Mercedes Benz when you go from Mumbai to Pune or from any city to any city. The basic car functions work, but when you come down to all the features and everything and all the automations and all of that, it's nowhere near there. So you always manage the expectations, take it into perspective that okay, this is not going to give you that much, you keep a restriction there, then return on investment will be definitely be there. I mean, there's no question about it. But if you want to go and then otherwise you are ready to invest, you go on putting and be ready to invest, and on a step-by-step basis where your solutions is almost equivalent to like that of SAP or something like that, it will help you out. It will be given, provided if those people who are being also employed, they don't get vary enough and they don't get the business with related to the other, and you are also not having anybody else also taking the similar type of an environment. So product selling always goes ahead with multiple number of the licenses getting sold, and to a vast number, like what it is said, the first one is customer advocate is always I should say guinea pig, I should say, if you have to build on your own everything. So but after year months and after some a good stranglehold, good hold on a couple of quite a bit of number of things, you would be the first one to implement, and you would be very proud of your systems, and you will get all the systems done. And you would be much more getting the ROI on that. That is for sure. And it is not necessary that you have to go ahead with the SAPs and the oracles of high-end product and high-end solutions. You can have Indian solutions which will really work. Tally has been the best product in India, used by 90% of businesses in India and globally also, and it is a really good product. It is not developed by me. It is not, but you have to accept that it is built by Indian developers. It has been an excellent product, and it is a world-class product.
Absolutely. I think, what we need, Amit, is, as the key leaders, that we need to also have clarity on the long-term vision, in terms of numbers and also in terms of where you see the company going, how much, based on the bandwidth of the particular business function, whether it is finance or operation, and then choose the product which will suit your long-term vision, not your current scenario. And I think, there are products available for all segments, all kind of scale in terms of how many people are going to be involved, or what are the numbers that are involved, or what are the various, categories of the business function that you need to address. But in the beginning, when we are discussing with the service provider, we need to have a clarity, and we need to be able to communicate that so that the right product can be, presented to you.
Yeah, very apt, very apt.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions, maybe from the other panelists?
I have a question.
Sure.
So I wanted to know from Sanam, I really liked her concept, what she was explaining, but I couldn't understand the technology, like what is the process, what is the exact product, and how do you use it, basically, in a very layman term, because I was unable to understand those technical terminology. So I would really love if she could tell in a very layman term that what is the exact product and how can we use it.
Yes, I would be happy to explain very simply. We are into eco-friendly nano coating products for multiple surfaces like glass, metal, leather, or marble, solar panels, and many other areas for B2B as well as B2C. Now, in your own personal car, you have your glass windshield is there, and then the leather upholstery is there, and the metal roof and everything is there. So there's separate category nano coating products can be used for all these surfaces, and your entire car is going to be protected for 5 to 10 years, where you don't have to worry about taking your car to an extreme heavy rainy area, because during the rain you don't have to put the wiper on, to remove the hard watermark stains that could lead to damage of your car. Because our coating, what it will do is it will run down the water rapidly fast with a mercury effect. So it will not, the hard water marks are not going to come on your car surface. Line scaling issue will not happen. Scratches will not come. Acid frostiness will not come. None of the contamination is going to stay on your glass, on the car. On the metal, it will the rusting will not happen, corrosion, etc. All these things are not going to happen. Then on your upholstery, it's going to be staying completely brand new. This comes in the personal car space. Then on your laptop, on your gadgets, you can use our coating as well. It will protect your screen, and the scratches will not come. It will remain completely brand new. There will be dirt repellency, excellent abrasion resistance, etc. And you will save electricity also. Inside, if you're using in your own homes, if you're using on your marble, or you're using on your glass or many other surfaces, it will be protecting your surface plus saving your electricity. You can put it on your solar panel also. A lot of the homes, they have personal solar panels. So they can put it there as well for capturing of the solar energy more efficiently. So it will lead to, paying very less electricity bills. Now in a B2B, we are going very big, like helping the companies and buildings save 1 crore plus of electricity per building. Like, for example, Della Resorts had saved. And likewise, this is in the personal space. Now, even in sports industry, when there are sports people playing tennis, so there are a lot of balls, tennis balls are made with a lot of nano materials into it. So when they are playing, there will be a lot of flexibility in the bouncing back of the ball. That is one section. Then apart from that, in personal space, you can also use it in your nano fabric. So basically, these fabrics, they are going to be not sweaty fabrics, plus it will be completely brand new. And you can also use it in nano solution, washing solution. What happens usually is a lot of the washing solution which are existing in the market, that is having a lot of chemicals, like, a lot of the chemicals that are adding to carbon emissions and all that. But ours is completely eco-friendly, like a lot of the hotels are using. So when they have tons and tons of laundry to do, so a lot of ETF is going, like, it's getting exposed. They have to go to their plant, and a lot of the emission goes to the plant and adds on to a lot of carbon emissions. So our product it's not required when they're using our product. It's not required that the after washing process does not need to go to ETF. It goes directly because it is an eco-friendly product. And plus a lot of the other products that are currently existing, we have already replaced Johnson and Johnson products in diversity products in Taj Mahal Palace. We have replaced Saint Gobain glasses in Ramada. So these are indirect competitors. We have already replaced all of them because our product gives 10,000 water washing cycles sustainability, which means it will give like 5 years or 10 years longevity, just one-time application, no maintenance at all. So it is kind of a magical super hydrophobic coating layer that is put, it protects your surfaces from future contamination and also saves energy.
And it's like one
simple. Yes, it's different for different surfaces. Simple, do it yourself kind of a product. You just have to spray onto these surfaces, and the surface itself absorbs the coating, and the curing process is up to 1 hour, and after 1 hour it remains completely protected for 5 years and 10 years.
So this explanation, like I could now understand it. So if I'm using my laptop and I coat my laptop with your product, I don't need to clean it then. I mean, it will remain scratch free, no dirt. It will, it won't get compiled on it, and it will look.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, in Taj Mahal Palace, we had a lot of presentations, wherein their in-house staff, they were trained for our product. So they had displayed their personal watches, they had a lot of the watches and their personal mobiles and their personal gadgets and laptops. They all had given it and kept it on one table. And we had coated all of their products with our coating. So they were quite happy. They went back home protected with, the gadgets are protected with our coating, and it's completely saving with a lot of, high maintenance costs, and it's also saving energy for a lot of their surfaces.
And the raw material which is used in making this solution or coating, is that material eco-friendly? I mean,
yes, it's totally eco-friendly. The nanomaterials that are used into this is absolutely eco-friendly. It's not acidic, it's not alkaline. It's completely eco-friendly. The current products that are existing in the market, they are either acidic or alkaline. That leads to a lot of itchiness when the housekeeping people are applying in the hotels. They are so it leads to a lot of itchiness and dryness. But our product is so eco-friendly that they can use it in their in their space without their skin is not being affected. So it definitely has health benefits as well, apart from the environmental benefits of saving energy and reducing the carbon footprint.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Welcome. Most welcome. You can reach out to me anytime. I would be happy to connect you.
Yeah.
That sounds brilliant, Sanam. I think all of us need, these products in our lives. I hope you're able to, very soon get into the consumer segment, B2C segment also big time, and
yes, absolutely.
we have access to your products. All of us should have access to your products.
Yes, in fact, we are already into B2C as well. We have recently done a lot of the personal cars also. There was this project head of Taj Mahal Palace, Mr. Rastogi. We just did his BMW very recently, wherein the entire BMW was coated with our nano coating products. So these products are readily available for B2C as well.
Okay, great. So where can we find your products? Like, is it on any website, or what is it called? Like, if you could give us.
Yeah, you can reach out to us on the emails mentioned on the website, and our engineering team will reach out to you with the product demonstration and the features and everything. And
Great.
also everyone on this panelist can reach out to me personally, and I would definitely ensure that these products are available to all of you.
Sure. So the website is, for the people who are curious, the website is nano-therendipity-int.com.
Yes.
So thank you so much, Sanam. I hope you get a lot of queries about these products, which it sounds fascinating. And
Thank you.
I'd like to thank all the panelists. Sorry,
I would just like to add that my email is sanam@the website, that is nano-serendipity-int.com. So you can please reach out to me on either Gmail or the official email.
Perfect. So I'd like to thank each of the panelists for their valuable time and the inputs. I think it's going to help so many small and medium businesses who are listening to us right now. And I wish a lot of good luck to all of you, because I think during this pandemic, what we've realized is that optimism is what is going to take us far. And as leaders, that is what we should be doing, and especially during the times of crisis like this. And just mitigating the risk by utilizing the tools that are available to us right now with digital transformation. So thank you once again, and I hope to stay connected with all of you.
Thank you, Anshu. You have been really very, very versatile and extremely, well coordinating amongst all the panelists. And you've brought the best out of us, by your extreme leadership capabilities that you have.
Thank you so much, Sanam. That's very nice of you to say.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anshu, for moderating this. So with the global endorsing a digital economy, enterprise in coming years will integrate digitalization every aspect of their business. Digital is key for SME amid COVID-19 and beyond. So it is fair to conclude this panel. As we end today's event, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the panelists for sharing their expertise with us. I hope we would learn new ideas from each other, which we could adopt to further improve our work. I would also like to thank all the attendees and our own GovConnect team for organizing GovConnect National SME CXO Virtual Conference. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe, stay healthy.
Thank you, Farhan.
Thank you.
Thank you.